A child sat by a flickering fire, eyes wide with wonder as the elders spoke. Their voices, deep and steady, wove tales of beings so immense, so powerful, that they seemed to hold the threads of existence itself. The stars above twinkled as if in agreement, their light ancient, unyielding, and mysterious. Somewhere in the depths of human consciousness, long before the written word, the idea of gods began to take shape, not as an escape, but as a profound recognition. The mountains, jagged and eternal, whispered their dominance over life. The rivers, wild and roaring, carved pathways through the earth, feeding and destroying in the same breath. The sun rose each day, its warmth cradling crops and skin alike, only to vanish into an unknown void at night. How could it be that such forces existed without a voice, without intent? To the ancients, these forces weren't just phenomena, they were beings, purposeful and alive, guardians or adversaries in a chaotic world. In one land, a figure stood tall, adorned in feathers and holding the rain in their grasp. To another tribe across the seas, a serpent curled around the earth, its scales glinting with the light of creation. Across the deserts, the wind itself bore a name, its howls thought to carry warnings or blessings. The names changed. The stories varied. But the feeling was the same, something larger than life existed, something vast and untouchable, and it held the power to shape the world. It wasn't just fear that made people look to gods. There was awe, love, and a deep yearning for connection. How could one stand in the face of an erupting volcano and not feel the presence of a force greater than themselves? How could one watch the gentle falling of rain after months of drought and not sense gratitude toward something unseen? There was no manual for life in those early days, no scientific explanation for the eclipse that turned day into night or the seasons that turned fields barren. But there were stories, and in those stories, gods took shape. They weren't distant entities, removed from the daily struggles of humans. They were part of life, as real as the earth underfoot or the stars overhead. They laughed, fought, created, and destroyed just as humans did. In a small village, a mother whispered a prayer to a goddess of fertility, her hands pressed against her swollen belly. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with trust, a belief that the unseen goddess heard her and cared. Across the mountains, a warrior painted his face and chanted the name of a god of war, his chest pounding with the hope that this divine power would steady his hand in battle. And so, the gods walked among them, not in form, but in the echoes of their prayers, the rituals performed in their honor, and the sacred symbols etched into stone. Humans offered gifts, sang songs, and lit fires, all in the name of building a fragile bridge between the known and the unknown. Each culture wrapped its gods in the fabric of its own existence. A nomadic tribe that relied on the stars to guide its path turned to a celestial god, mapping constellations that became guides and guardians. A coastal village prayed to a god of the seas, offering the first catch of the day in hopes of calm waters and abundant fish. Every god was shaped by the land, the needs, and the fears of the people who called on them. But these gods weren't mere reflections of nature. They were reflections of the human heart. They held the power to forgive, to punish, to bless, and to destroy. People didn't just see the gods in the storm or the fire, they saw themselves. They saw their struggles, their triumphs, their flaws. The gods were everything humans were and everything they wished to be, wise, just, eternal, and unbreakable. Sometimes, the gods quarreled among themselves, just as siblings might argue over inheritance. Other times, they united to shape worlds, pulling light out of chaos, fashioning humans from clay, or singing the stars into existence. Their stories weren't just tales to pass the time, they were blueprints for life itself. In the cold of night, when death seemed closer than life, people turned to their gods with trembling hands and steady voices. They spoke to them as one speaks to a friend, or a parent, or a lover, hoping, begging, trusting. The gods were never strangers, they were family, and they carried the weight of all human fears and dreams. Even as cultures grew and clashed, as empires rose and fell, the gods endured. Their names changed. Their temples crumbled. But the idea of them, the sense that somewhere, somehow, there was something watching, guiding, and waiting, remained. And as the stars continued to burn in their endless dance across the heavens, so too did the human need to believe in something greater, something eternal. The stories of these gods, whispered around fires, carved into stone, and inked onto fragile parchment, were never meant to simply explain the world. They were meant to hold it, to bind the chaos of existence with the threads of meaning. And so, in the echoes of those ancient prayers, one can still hear the heartbeat of humanity, steady and enduring. A weathered stone sat buried in the desert sand, its carvings worn but not forgotten. Around it, the air shimmered with heat, and yet there was something colder, older, lurking just beneath the surface. This stone wasn't just a relic, it was a voice from a time before time, whispering secrets that only the brave dared to listen to. It spoke of gods whose names were first uttered before the birth of language, whose presence was felt in the quiet thrum of life itself. But who were they? Who were the first to rule the thoughts and fears of humankind? The search for the oldest gods isn't just a search for stories. It's a desperate attempt to touch the hands that shaped humanity's first dreams. What face did the first god wear? Was it a mother's smile, nurturing and tender? Or was it the unrelenting fury of a storm that sent hunters scrambling for shelter? The truth hides in fragments, shards of pottery, symbols scratched into cave walls, and echoes of rituals performed under moonlit skies. In the cradle of civilization, where the Tigris and Euphrates wove their eternal dance, the Sumerians prayed to Enlil, a god of the wind and sky. But Enlil wasn't merely a name. He was a force that carried storms across the land, sweeping away life and giving it back again. Farther south, Egyptians looked to Ptah, the divine craftsman who molded the world with thought and speech. Did the Sumerians look first? Or were the Egyptians already singing to their gods under the blazing sun? Every piece of evidence brings more questions than answers. Who came first, and how did humans decide? Did it begin with a thunderclap that shattered the stillness, or with the quiet, steady rhythm of a river carving its way through stone? But gods are more than their myths. They are felt, not just told. An old woman in a forgotten village once knelt beside an altar made of rough-hewn stone, her voice trembling as she chanted to a deity whose name is now lost. She wasn't worshipping an idea. She was speaking to something she believed could hear her, help her. It wasn't an intellectual exercise, it was survival, raw and unadorned. That desperation birthed gods as much as any myth or story ever did. In the hunt for these ancient gods, the past feels like quicksand. A clay tablet here, an inscription there, each discovery pulls you closer, but the truth slips through your fingers. The gods don't reveal themselves fully, they prefer shadows, leaving only the faintest of outlines. Perhaps they know the human heart better than we ever could. Perhaps their power lies not in answers but in mystery. To find the oldest gods is to look into the abyss of what it means to be human. It's not just about their stories, but the moments that made us need them. A hunter, his hands stained with blood, whispered thanks to the spirit of the animal he killed, hoping to avoid its wrath. A mother, cradling her dying child, screamed into the heavens for a god she didn't know but desperately wanted to believe in. These moments, raw and searing, gave birth to gods that weren't just creators, they were companions in the chaos. The question isn't only who the first gods were, but why they mattered so much. Was it fear? Awe? Love? Maybe it was all of these and more, braided together into something stronger than logic. Humans needed gods as much as they needed fire or water. Gods weren't just stories, they were lifelines. As the first cities rose from the dust, their gods grew with them. Temples towered over mud brick houses, not because the gods demanded it, but because people needed to see them, to know they were close. In every culture, the first gods reflected the land that bore them. A sun god ruled the arid plains, a rain goddess danced through lush forests. They were as much a part of the earth as the people who worshipped them. Yet, there's a nagging thought: what if the first gods were never named? What if they weren't carved into stone or sung about in epic poems? What if they lived only in the silence between breaths, and the awe that made humans look up at the stars and feel small but connected? In every corner of the world, traces of these ancient beings linger. The Greeks called them primordial, forces rather than personalities. The Mesopotamians gave them names and stories, while other cultures left them as shadows, nameless and infinite. But even now, their presence can still be felt, like a hum beneath the surface of existence, faint but unyielding. The oldest gods may never fully reveal themselves. They are the reflection in a dark pool, shifting with the ripples of time. But even if they remain hidden, they have never truly left. They live on in the rhythm of the seasons, the whisper of the wind, and the quiet moments when humans, for all their achievements, still feel small and look to something greater for comfort. And so the search continues, a path both endless and irresistible, each step pulling humanity closer to the unknowable forces that first gave us gods. A sea of stars stretched above the ancient world, glittering like scattered jewels on black velvet. Beneath them, humanity stirred, small and fragile, surrounded by vastness it could barely comprehend. This was no ordinary night, it was one of the countless nights when the first stories were born. Tales whispered around fires, carried on the wind, and etched into stone by trembling hands. These were the seeds of the mythological landscape, a vast and tangled web where gods and humans danced together, neither fully separate nor entirely united. Imagine a young boy, his eyes wide with curiosity, sitting beside an elder whose voice carries the weight of generations. The sun, the elder says, pointing to the horizon where light begins to break through the darkness, is carried across the sky by a god's fiery chariot. The boy's heart pounds, not from fear, but from wonder. For him, this is not a story. It is truth, as real as the warmth now kissing his skin. Myths weren't invented, they rose from the earth like steam, from the mountains, rivers, and forests that surrounded early humans. Every corner of the ancient world had its gods, each a reflection of the land and people they belonged to. In Mesopotamia, rivers like the Tigris and Euphrates breathed life and death in equal measure. It was no surprise that their gods, such as Enlil and Ea, wielded powers of wind and water, shaping the world as easily as they destroyed it. Across the Nile, in the sands of Egypt, the gods carried the essence of life itself. Ra, the sun god, fought nightly battles to protect the fragile balance of creation. Isis, the goddess of magic, wove spells so potent they could heal the wounded and resurrect the dead. Here, the gods didn't just reside in the heavens, they lived in the rivers, the deserts, and even in the souls of pharaohs, who were believed to walk as gods on earth. Further east, the Vedic hymns of ancient India sang of gods who embodied cosmic order and chaos. Agni, the fire god, blazed in every hearth, a link between mortals and the divine. Varuna, with his 1,000 eyes, saw everything, governing the moral laws that bound the universe together. These gods weren't just creators, they were judges, protectors, and sometimes even destroyers, embodying the cycle of existence. But the gods weren't always gentle caretakers. In the cold northern winds, Norse mythology told of gods who braced for Ragnarok, the end of all things. Odin, wise and cunning, sacrificed his own eye for knowledge, while Thor's hammer struck fear into the hearts of giants. Their myths were carved in ice and stone, as harsh and unyielding as the land they ruled. Even on distant islands, where the ocean stretched endlessly, gods emerged from the waves. Polynesian myths spoke of Tangaroa, the god of the sea, who held dominion over both life and death. His children, gods of the wind, storms, and land, shaped the world and carried it forward. In these stories, the ocean wasn't just a vast expanse, it was alive, breathing, and sacred. These myths didn't just stay where they were born. Like rivers merging into a larger stream, they traveled across lands and cultures, carried by merchants, warriors, and wanderers. In Greece, the gods of Olympus ruled with human-like passions and flaws, while their myths blended with those of Egypt, Persia, and beyond. Zeus, the thunderer, shared echoes with the Vedic Indra, while Aphrodite's origins seemed to intertwine with Ishtar, the Mesopotamian goddess of love and war. These exchanges weren't thefts, but transformations, where gods took on new names and faces, adapting to the needs of new lands. The stories shifted, but their essence remained, the need to make sense of a chaotic world and find meaning in forces far beyond human control. The mythological landscape wasn't static. It was a living, breathing thing, evolving with every telling. Each time a child asked why the sun rose, a story grew. Each time a farmer prayed for rain, a god listened, or so they believed. These gods weren't confined to temples or statues, they lived in the hearts of their people, and every whispered prayer and every ritual performed beneath the stars. But this landscape wasn't just about the gods themselves. It was about the humans who shaped them, who looked up at the same sun, the same stars, and dared to give them meaning. It was about the farmer sowing seeds under the watchful gaze of a fertility goddess, or the warrior invoking the name of a god before battle. It was about the child who listened, wide-eyed, to stories that turned the terrifying unknown into something beautiful, something alive. The gods were everywhere, in the thunder that rolled across the plains, and the waves crashing against rocky shores, and in the firelight that flickered against cave walls. They weren't just figures of power, they were family, protectors, and sometimes enemies. They laughed, wept, loved, and raged as humans did, reflecting the deepest parts of the people who worshipped them. And yet, the gods also stood apart, transcendent and eternal. To look at the mythological landscape was to look at a mirror that reflected both humanity and the universe. It was a place where the line between mortal and divine blurred, where stories carried the weight of belief and shaped the way the world was understood. In every tale, there was a lesson, a reminder of the fragile thread that tied humans to something greater. The gods were there, in every corner of existence, their presence felt in the shadows of mountains, the depths of forests, and the endless stretch of sky. Even now, their whispers remain, waiting to be heard. The Nile shimmered under the midday sun, its waters gliding in a rhythm older than memory itself. The river, lifeblood of a civilization, whispered stories of gods who shaped not just the land, but the very essence of existence. Among them was Ptah, the great craftsman, whose name was spoken with reverence in the shadow of temples and the hum of bustling workshops. He wasn't a god of chaos or destruction. Ptah was creation itself, the silent force that sculpted order from nothingness. To the people of ancient Memphis, Ptah wasn't distant or abstract. He was the patron of builders, artisans, and architects, the hands that forged beauty and utility. His presence was felt in every chisel stroke against stone, in the shaping of clay into jars, and in the raising of towering temples that touched the sky. But Ptah was more than a god of craft, he was the divine architect of the universe. It was said that Ptah created the world not with his hands, but with his heart and tongue. He envisioned creation in his mind, and by speaking its name, he brought it into being. The ancient texts called this power Hecate, a divine force that made words more than sounds, it made them tools of creation. This was no mere myth to the Egyptians, it was a truth woven into their daily lives. When they spoke blessings or inscribed prayers, they believed they were tapping into Ptah's creative power. In the Grand Temple of Memphis, priests tended to Ptah's sacred flame, a symbol of his eternal life-giving energy. They believed that within this flame burned the essence of his creative spirit, a constant reminder of his role as the world's builder. Offerings of food, drink, and crafted goods were placed before his statue, not to appease him, but to honor the force that allowed humanity to thrive. Ptah was not alone in his divine duties. He was part of a trinity, a family of gods that included Sekhmet, the fierce lion-headed goddess of war and healing, and their child Nefertum, a god of beauty and renewal. Together, they represented creation, destruction, and rebirth, a cycle as endless as the flow of the Nile. Yet Ptah stood at the center, the quiet force that held it all together. In the artisans' quarters of Memphis, the devotion to Ptah was deeply personal. Imagine a sculptor, hands coated in dust, kneeling before a small shrine to Ptah in the corner of his workshop. His voice trembles as he murmurs a prayer for guidance before picking up his tools. Each hammer strike, each careful smoothing of stone, is an act of devotion. For the sculptor, his work is not just labor, it is sacred, an extension of Ptah's eternal craft. But Ptah's influence wasn't confined to stone and clay. He was the god of all forms of creation, of life itself. Some believe that humans were shaped on Ptah's potter's wheel, their very breath a gift from his imagination. Others saw him as a god of renewal, capable of reforging the world when chaos threatened to consume it. He was not a god of destruction, but he understood its necessity, for from destruction came the chance to create anew. Even the pharaohs looked to Ptah for legitimacy. They called themselves his chosen, claiming to act as extensions of his will on earth. The pharaoh's decrees were thought to echo Ptah's divine speech, shaping the world with the same power that brought existence itself into being. Temples and monuments built in Ptah's honor stood as symbols of the pharaoh's divine mandate, their grandeur a testament to the creative power that both god and king wielded. Yet for all his might, Ptah's stories were not ones of war or conquest. He didn't roar like a storm or smite enemies with thunderbolts. His power was quieter, more profound. He was the stillness before creation, the spark of inspiration that turns a blank slate into something extraordinary. He didn't need chaos to define him, his greatness lay in the order he brought forth. In the minds of the Egyptians, Ptah's influence was everywhere. Each brick laid, each tool crafted, and each prayer spoken carried a fragment of his essence. He wasn't a god of spectacle but of constancy, a steady hand in a world that often felt tumultuous and fragile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the artisans of Memphis would pause in their work. They'd look out over the Nile, its waters mirroring the heavens, and feel the quiet presence of Ptah. He was there, in the shaping of their hands, in the strength of their hearts, and in the words that brought their dreams to life. Even now, his legacy endures, not just in the ruins of temples or the statues carved in his honor, but in the simple truth that creation is sacred. The work of the hands, guided by the heart and spoken into being, is as divine today as it was in the age of Ptah. And in every act of creation, his spirit remains silent, eternal, and unyielding. The wind tore across the flat expanse of the Mesopotamian plain, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant storms. In the open sky above, dark clouds gathered, their rolling depths flashing with streaks of lightning. This was no ordinary storm. To the ancient Sumerians, it was the breath of Enlil, the god who commanded the wind and air, whose invisible hand shaped their very existence. Enlil wasn't a gentle deity. His presence was felt in the howling gales that swept across the land, uprooting trees and bending even the strongest reeds. He was the unseen force that carried rain to the fertile fields, the same rain that could become a torrent, drowning crops and washing away homes. He was life and death, mercy and wrath, a god whose duality kept humanity in awe and fear. His temple, the Ikar in Nippur, stood as a beacon of reverence, its towering structure a bridge between earth and sky. Within its sacred walls, priests chanted prayers and performed rituals to honor the god who wielded the power of the atmosphere. But the Ikar wasn't just a temple, it was believed to be the very axis of the world, the place where heaven and earth touched, where Enlil's authority was most potent. Enlil wasn't born into his dominion. According to ancient myth, he was the child of Anu, the god of the heavens, and Ki, the goddess of the earth. He emerged as a force of separation, dividing his parents to create the space in which the world could exist. From that moment, he became the ruler of the middle realm, the air that lies between the heavens and the earth. In the pantheon of Mesopotamian gods, Enlil's power was unmatched. He was the kingmaker, the one who granted legitimacy to rulers. Kings sought his favor not through conquest or might but through piety and respect for his laws. His blessings were essential for stability and prosperity. Without them, a kingdom could descend into chaos. Yet Enlil was capricious, and his favor was never guaranteed. His myths were as tempestuous as the winds he commanded. In one tale, Enlil grew furious with humanity's noise, their ceaseless chatter rising to the heavens and disturbing his peace. In his anger, he unleashed a flood to wipe them away, a deluge that swallowed the earth. But his wrath wasn't eternal. The gods eventually relented, sparing a chosen few to begin anew. The flood became both a warning and a promise, a reminder of Enlil's power and his ultimate control over the fate of humankind. Yet Enlil wasn't always a god of destruction. He was also a creator, a bringer of life. His winds carried the seeds of growth, scattering them across the fertile plains of Sumer. Farmers whispered his name as they plowed their fields, knowing that the rains he sent would determine their survival. He was the force behind the bounty of the harvest, the unseen hand that turned barren soil into a source of abundance. The people of Mesopotamia didn't see Enlil as a distant figure. He was a part of their everyday lives. His winds cooled them on sweltering days and tore through their cities in the grip of storms. When they heard the rustle of leaves or the whistle of air through reeds, they felt his presence. He wasn't a god confined to temples or rituals. He was everywhere, an omnipresent force that could bless or curse with equal ease. Enlil's authority wasn't limited to the natural world. He was the giver of me, the divine laws that governed everything from the motions of the stars to the behavior of humans. These decrees weren't just rules, they were the fabric of reality itself, the threads that held the cosmos together. To defy them was to invite chaos, a lesson that Sumerian kings and commoners alike took to heart. But Enlil's greatest mystery was his unpredictability. One moment, he was a benevolent provider, filling granaries and calming the winds. The next, he was a vengeful force, unleashing storms that flattened cities and swept away lives. This duality wasn't a flaw, it was a reflection of the world itself, beautiful and brutal, nurturing and unyielding. In Nippur, the heart of his worship, the people spoke of Enlil with both love and fear. They knew his power could not be tamed, but they also believed he could be persuaded, appeased through offerings and devotion. Priests burned incense and presented food, their rituals an attempt to maintain balance between the human and the divine. When the rains came, filling the canals and turning the land green, they thanked Enlil. When the winds rose, flattening their homes and ripping the crops from the earth, they prayed for his mercy. To them, Enlil wasn't just a god, he was the world itself, the embodiment of its unpredictable, awe-inspiring nature. Even now, the echoes of Enlil's power linger in the stories that have survived millennia. His name, though ancient, carries the weight of forces we still struggle to understand, the wind that howls in the night, the storms that shake the ground, and the rain that brings life and death in equal measure. Enlil is there, in every gust and every breath, a reminder of the forces that shaped not just the land of Mesopotamia but the very soul of humanity. In the beginning, there was water, a boundless, infinite ocean stretching across the void. It was neither calm nor raging, neither warm nor cold. It simply was. From its depths, all things would arise, yet it itself was eternal, uncreated, and all-encompassing. To the ancient Sumerians, this primal ocean had a name, Namu. She was the womb of existence, the primordial goddess from whom the cosmos was born, the first and greatest of all. Namu wasn't a figure etched in detailed carvings or glorified in towering temples like other gods. Her presence was too vast, too elemental to be confined to stone or script. She wasn't merely a goddess, she was existence itself, the waters that surrounded the world, the life that surged through the rivers, and the mystery that lay beneath the earth. To speak of Namu was to speak of the very origin of being. From her limitless waters, Namu brought forth Anu, the god of the heavens, and Ki, the goddess of the earth. Yet her act of creation didn't stop there. The Sumerians believed it was Namu who shaped the first mound of earth, a tiny island breaking through the eternal sea, creating the foundation for the world. And it was she who, alongside her children, helped to craft the heavens and earth, pulling order from the infinite depths of her chaotic waters. But Namu's most celebrated act of creation was one that changed the course of existence itself. The Sumerians told a tale of a time when the gods, weary from the endless toil of maintaining the universe, sought relief. Their labor was grueling, their complaints rising to Namu's ears like the murmur of waves against the shore. It was then that she, in her infinite wisdom, conceived the idea of humanity. She approached her son, Enki, the god of wisdom and water, and together they devised a plan. Namu, with her hands of divine purpose, shaped the first humans from clay. The very earth itself, moistened by her sacred waters, became the flesh of mankind. It was her touch that gave them form and her essence that gave them life. The Sumerians believed that within every person flowed a fragment of Namu's waters, a reminder of the primordial ocean from which they came. Despite her immeasurable contributions to creation, Namu's presence in Sumerian mythology is enigmatic, almost hauntingly quiet. She was the foundation upon which all other myths were built, yet she remained largely in the background, her name whispered rather than shouted. Perhaps this was fitting. After all, she wasn't a god of petty rivalries or human-like dramas. Namu was eternal, transcending the stories and rituals that defined other deities. Yet her influence was felt everywhere. The Sumerians lived in a land defined by water, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the marshlands, and the irrigation canals that made life possible in their arid world. To them, water wasn't just a resource, it was sacred, a living force that could nurture or destroy. And in every drop, they saw Namu, the primal ocean whose vastness was beyond comprehension. Imagine a priestess standing at the edge of a canal at dawn, her reflection shimmering on the surface. She cups her hands, lifting water to her lips in a gesture of devotion. Her prayer is silent, for what words could capture the enormity of Namu? The water that sustains her life and the life of her people isn't just water, it is the goddess herself, flowing through their world as she has since time began. Namu's waters didn't just sustain life, they also carried the potential for chaos. Floods could sweep away entire cities, turning fertile land into a barren wasteland. The Sumerians understood this duality well. Namu wasn't a goddess who could be appeased with offerings or flattery. She was too vast for such trivialities. Her waters followed their own will, reminding humanity of its fragility in the face of the primordial forces that shaped the world. And yet, despite this, the Sumerians didn't fear Namu. They revered her. She was the ultimate mother, the source from which all life sprang and to which all life would one day return. When a person died, their body was placed in the ground, returning to the earth that had once been shaped by Namu's hands. In death, as in life, her presence was inescapable. Over time, as new gods rose and myths evolved, Namu's prominence faded. She became a shadow, a whisper of a story told long ago. But her essence never truly disappeared. Her waters continued to flow, shaping the land and the lives of those who depended on them. Even as the Sumerians themselves were absorbed into the tides of history, the memory of Namu lingered, a reminder of the boundless ocean from which all things began. Even now, when we look out over the vast expanse of the sea, when we feel the pull of the tides or hear the rush of a river, there is something ancient in the air. It is Namu, her presence eternal, her story written in the waters that sustain us. She is the mother of creation, the first and the infinite, the one who gave us life and holds us, even now, in her embrace. The first light of dawn painted the horizon in hues of rose and gold, casting its radiance over the sprawling city of Uruk. In its streets, merchants stirred and workers began their toil, but their eyes often turned upward, to the temple that crowned the city's heart. It was the Inanna, the house of heaven, a towering ziggurat where offerings of incense and wine filled the air. Here, Inanna, later known as Ishtar, the queen of heaven, was worshipped with songs of passion, fear, and awe. Inanna was unlike any other. She was beauty incarnate, the goddess of love, fertility, and sensuality. But hers was not a love of tenderness alone. She was fierce, a warrior who rode into battle with the strength of storms. To her followers, she was both the creator of life and the bringer of death, a paradox of irresistible allure and unyielding power. Her mythos was woven into the rhythms of life itself. The people of Mesopotamia saw Inanna in the blossoming fields and the swelling womb, in the intoxicating allure of lovers' embraces, and in the clash of swords on blood-soaked plains. She was everywhere, a force that could not be denied or contained. But it was her stories, the myths that surged like fire through the hearts of her people, that defined her most vividly. One tale stood above all others, her descent into the underworld. The story begins with Inanna's decision to visit the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of the dead. She prepared herself with care, adorning her body with jewels and garments of divine radiance. A crown of lapis lazuli graced her brow, her staff gleamed with celestial light, and a necklace of glittering beads rested against her chest. With each layer, she proclaimed her majesty to the world above and below. But the underworld was no place for vanity. At each of its 7 gates, Inanna was forced to surrender a piece of her splendor. First, her crown. Then her earrings. Her necklace, her staff, her bracelets, her rings. By the time she reached Ereshkigal's throne, she was stripped bare, vulnerable in a way no mortal or god had ever seen her. Ereshkigal's gaze was unflinching, her voice like stone as she passed judgment. Inanna was struck down, her body hung on a hook like a slab of meat, lifeless and still. The Queen of Heaven had fallen, her brilliance extinguished in the dark embrace of death. But Inanna's story did not end there. While her body lay cold, her loyal servant Ninshubur sought help from the gods above. Enki, the wise god of water, crafted beings of clay to slip unnoticed into the underworld. They comforted Ereshkigal in her anguish, mirroring her cries of pain, until she relented. Inanna was revived, her life restored, and she ascended from the darkness, radiant once more. Her return was not without cost. The laws of the underworld demanded a life for a life. Inanna's gaze fell upon her husband, Dumuzi, who had not mourned her absence. His indifference sealed his fate, and he was dragged below in her place. Yet even then, Inanna's duality persisted. She softened, arranging for Dumuzi to return to the surface for part of the year. His absence and return marked the cycles of the seasons, the turning of death into life, barren winter into fruitful spring. The descent and ascent of Inanna became more than myth. It was a cosmic truth, a reflection of the eternal cycles of growth, decay, and renewal. Farmers saw it in the rise and fall of their crops, lovers in the waxing and waning of passion, warriors in the ebb and flow of victory. But Inanna was not a goddess to be reduced to her myths. She was a living force, present in the temples where her priestesses performed sacred rites. These women, known as Entu, embodied her power, channeling her sensuality and ferocity in dances and prayers. They were her vessels, commanding respect and fear, for they carried the essence of Inanna herself. Her influence extended beyond the sacred spaces into the lives of everyday people. Soldiers prayed to her before battle, offering blood and steel in exchange for her favor. Lovers whispered her name as they entwined, seeking her blessing in their union. Even rulers, mighty kings who built empires, humbled themselves before Inanna, acknowledging that their power paled beside hers. Yet for all her strength, Inanna was not invincible. Her story spoke of vulnerability, of betrayal, of the raw, aching humanity within her divine nature. She wept for Dumuzi, raged against the gods who defied her, and endured the torment of death itself. It was this paradox, of being both untouchable and profoundly human, that made her worshippers love her all the more. In the shimmering heat of a Mesopotamian afternoon, when the air seemed thick with the weight of existence, it wasn't uncommon for a worker to pause and feel her presence. Perhaps it was in the soft caress of a breeze or the sudden burst of laughter from a nearby market. She was there, just as she had always been, in the spaces between triumph and tragedy, love and loss, life and death. Even today, her story echoes through time, her spirit felt in the moments that transcend words, in the passion of a first kiss, in the quiet strength of enduring grief, and in the relentless drive to rise again after a fall. Inanna, the Queen of Heaven and Earth, lives on, not just in the pages of myth, but in the very fabric of human existence. Beneath the wide, arid skies of the ancient Levant, where the wind carried whispers of cedar forests and the tang of the distant sea, there stood an ancient and revered figure. El, the supreme god of the Canaanite pantheon, was not a deity of fleeting passions or sudden storms. He was the father of all, a serene and wise presence seated at the head of the divine assembly. His essence was the slow, unyielding passage of time, the bedrock of existence itself. El was not a warrior nor a trickster. He was not defined by conquest or cunning. Instead, he embodied creation, compassion, and the stability that allowed the universe to endure. Often called El Elyon, the Most High, he was the source from which all other gods drew their power, the wellspring of vitality and the guardian of cosmic order. His name alone carried weight. In the Canaanite tongue, El was a word for God, but it was also more than that. It was a declaration of authority, a recognition of the divine presence that loomed over the mortal and immortal alike. To invoke El was to call upon the very essence of divinity, a force so vast and encompassing that it was both terrifying and comforting. El's dwelling was described as a grand mountain palace, a place where heaven kissed the earth. This abode, sometimes called the Mountain of Assembly, was not of gilded walls or jeweled thrones, but of timeless splendor, its grandeur felt in the immensity of its natural beauty. It was there, in the quiet majesty of the high places, that El presided over the council of gods, a patriarch whose decisions shaped the cosmos. The myths surrounding El were often steeped in familial dynamics, for he was not only the ruler of the gods, but also their father. His children, like Baal, Yam, and Mot, embodied forces of nature, storms, seas, and death, and their struggles for dominance mirrored the chaos and cycles of the natural world. But through it all, El remained a stabilizing force, his wisdom and authority maintaining balance even as his offspring clashed. Yet El's role was not without complexity. In one of the most poignant aspects of his mythology, he was depicted as a creator who shaped the world and humanity. He formed the first beings, breathing life into their clay bodies with a tenderness that defied his vastness. These first humans were not created to serve as slaves, but as companions of the divine, reflections of El's own image. In their joys and sorrows, he saw the beauty and fragility of existence, a reflection of the cosmic dance he had set into motion. But for all his power, El was not impervious to the struggles of those he governed. In certain myths, he appeared as a grieving father, lamenting the loss of his children or the turmoil that plagued his creation. His sorrow was not the wrathful rage of a vengeful god, but the quiet, enduring pain of one who bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. This made him deeply relatable to his worshippers, who saw in El not just a ruler but a fatherly figure, one who understood the complexities of life. The rituals dedicated to El were marked by solemnity and reverence. Unlike the frenzied celebrations of some of his children, the worship of El was a quieter, more introspective affair. His priests and devotees sought not to appease a capricious deity but to align themselves with his enduring wisdom. Offerings of bread, wine, and incense were made at simple altars, their smoke curling upward as if to reach the heavens where El resided. El's presence permeated the culture of the Canaanite people, not just in religious practice but in the very fabric of their society. He was invoked in treaties and oaths, his name a guarantor of truth and justice. In times of conflict, his authority was called upon to mediate disputes, for his judgment was considered unimpeachable. To swear by El was to bind oneself to the highest standard of honor. As the father of Baal, the storm god, and Mot, the god of death, El's relationship with his children reflected the eternal tension between life's nurturing and destructive forces. In one myth, Baal sought El's permission to build a palace of his own, a request that symbolized the storm god's rise to prominence. El's consent was not given lightly, for he understood the implications of Baal's ascension. Yet, he granted it, allowing the natural order to shift and evolve under his watchful eye. Despite his central role, El was not always at the forefront of Canaanite mythology. His calm and measured presence often gave way to the more dramatic tales of his children. Yet, in the hearts of his followers, he remained the foundation upon which everything rested. Even as empires rose and fell, as gods were forgotten or absorbed into new religions, El's essence endured, his name whispered in the shadows of history. There is something profoundly human about El, despite his immense divinity. Perhaps it is his patience, his understanding of both the joy and tragedy inherent in creation. Or perhaps it is the way he is simultaneously distant and intimate, a god who watches over the universe from his mountaintop yet feels the sorrow of a broken heart. To this day, the echoes of El's presence can be felt in the lingering traces of his worship. His name appears in texts and inscriptions, a testament to a time when his influence stretched across the ancient world. And though the sands of time have buried much of his story, the idea of El remains, a symbol of enduring strength, quiet wisdom, and the unshakable bond between creator and creation. Above all things, beyond the vast reaches of sky and earth, there was Anu, ancient, eternal, and far removed from the bustling world below. He was not a god that walked among mortals or whispered into the ears of kings. Anu was the heavens themselves, the embodiment of the uppermost realm, where only the purest of gods dared to dwell. He was the creator of all, the one who held dominion over everything that was, is, and ever will be. Anu was the force that bound the heavens to the earth, the source from which all life flowed. In the grand expanse of Mesopotamian cosmology, Anu was the pinnacle. He sat above the great cosmic tree, its branches spreading out to all corners of existence. His presence was not something that could be touched, not a figure to be looked at in any conventional sense. He was an abstraction, an idea, a concept so vast that it transcended all mortal comprehension. Yet, his influence was felt in every whisper of wind, in every thunderous storm, in every moment of creation and destruction. He was the father of the gods, the first and foremost of all celestial beings, and his will shaped the fates of both gods and men. Though distant and otherworldly, Anu was far from indifferent to the world he had created. It was said that from his throne, he looked down upon the earth, and from his gaze, the rivers flowed, the crops grew, and the stars moved across the sky. His was a gaze of both judgment and blessing, a force that kept order in the chaos of the universe. In the vastness of his realm, Anu gave birth to countless gods, his children and descendants, each tasked with maintaining their own spheres of influence. Among them were Enlil, the god of wind and storm, and Enki, the god of wisdom and water. But none were as high as Anu, the ruler of the sky. The myths surrounding Anu were often ones of cosmic power and distant influence, of divine hierarchy and celestial order. As the father of the gods, he was the one who granted kingship and power to the gods of the earth. To the Sumerians, to the Akkadians, and to the Babylonians, Anu's role was clear. He was the ultimate authority, the one whose word could not be challenged. Yet, in all his power and grandeur, Anu's presence was often subtle. Unlike the fiery storms of Enlil or the compassionate wisdom of Ea, Anu's actions were quiet but profound. It was he who determined the fate of kings and the success of empires. In one myth, he was said to have bestowed kingship upon the first ruler of the world, giving him the divine right to rule. To deny Anu's blessing was to invite ruin, for without his consent, no king could truly claim sovereignty. Anu's influence stretched across the pantheon, affecting the very structure of the divine world. Even in his silence, he held sway over the gods who served him. His word was law, and it was his will that determined the fates of those beneath him. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, when the great hero sought immortality, it was Anu's voice that came down from the heavens, reminding the gods of their place in the cosmic order. There was no defying Anu, no challenging his authority. He was the one who set the wheel of fate in motion, and none could stop it. Yet, for all his cosmic power, Anu was also bound by the same principles of order and law that he had established. In one of the many stories of divine struggle, it was Anu who had to mediate between the gods when they grew restless and jealous of one another. He was called upon to arbitrate disputes, to settle conflicts, and to ensure that no one god overstepped their bounds. His wisdom was boundless, and his judgment was unquestionable. Though Anu did not concern himself with the mundane details of mortal life, his presence was still felt in the rituals and prayers of the people. Priests would invoke his name before important ceremonies, calling on his blessing for success in war, harvest, or political affairs. His temples, towering and sacred, stood as a testament to his greatness. No city was complete without an altar to Anu, for his favor was seen as the key to prosperity and protection. And yet, despite his supreme position, Anu's role was not one of active engagement. He was not a god that intervened directly in the affairs of mortals or even in the lives of the other gods. His influence was that of the distant sky, a constant, unshakable presence. It was this detachment that made him both revered and feared. His distance from the everyday struggles of life made him an enigmatic and mysterious figure, one whose desires were known only to those closest to him, the other gods who dwelled in his court. In some ways, Anu represented the void that lay beyond comprehension. He was not an emotional god, given to fits of rage or joy. Instead, he was a deity of balance, of cold, unflinching judgment. His actions were not personal, they were the natural consequences of the order he had set in place. To speak of Anu was to speak of the heavens themselves, and to understand him was to recognize the vast, impersonal forces that shaped the world around them. Anu's legacy lived on long after the civilizations of Mesopotamia faded into history. His name, synonymous with the highest of gods, endured in the language and culture of the people who once worshipped him. Even as new deities emerged and the old gods were supplanted, Anu's role as the primal force, the origin of all, remained ever present. He was the symbol of order, of the unyielding structure that governed the universe, of the silent power that shaped the stars. Anu, the Lord of the heavens, would forever remain the highest of the gods, a quiet, distant force whose influence was beyond reckoning. Ashur's presence was felt long before the first breath of morning touched the land. In the cities of the ancient Assyrian Empire, his name was as powerful as the roar of a lion, as unyielding as the iron gates that guarded the palaces of kings. His image, often carved in stone or etched onto the walls of grand temples, stood tall, a warrior with an expression of unshakable determination. His form was one of might, bearing a crown, holding a bow, his body poised for battle. He was not just a god, he was the very embodiment of Assyria itself, fierce, dominant, and unrelenting. Ashur was both protector and conqueror. He was the god that led the armies of the Assyrians, the divine force that guided their warriors into victory after victory. His name was invoked on the lips of generals before they marched to war, and his blessings were sought by kings before every military campaign. Ashur was not just the god of the Assyrians, he was their power, their strength, their will to dominate the world around them. His divine protection was said to be the reason Assyria stood as a mighty empire, feared and revered by all who knew its name. Yet, Ashur's influence was not confined to the battlefield alone. As a creator god, he was believed to have shaped the world with his own hands, crafting mountains and rivers, cities and people, and bestowing upon them the order and structure needed to thrive. The Assyrians saw themselves as the chosen people of Ashur, his empire the embodiment of divine will. He was the god who had given them their land, their laws, and their kingship. Without Ashur, they believed, their empire would crumble to dust, just as any city or kingdom that defied him would. The myths surrounding Ashur painted a picture of a god whose very essence was bound to the rise and fall of empires. It was said that Ashur had come into being at the dawn of time, when the earth was but a blank canvas. With his great strength, he forged the world, bringing order to the chaos that existed before. As the cosmos took shape, Ashur's voice rang out, commanding the forces of nature to fall into line. The rivers flowed, the mountains rose, and the sky was filled with stars, all according to his will. He was not just the creator of the physical world, but the ruler of the heavens as well, his domain stretching from the earth to the very stars above. Ashur's divine role as a warrior was paramount in Assyrian life. His triumphs were seen in the victories of their kings, the expanding borders of their empire, and the glory of their armies. In the grand palaces of Nineveh and Ashur, walls were adorned with murals and carvings that depicted Ashur leading soldiers into battle, his form towering over enemies who were struck down by his divine might. The gods, they believed, were with them every step of the way, guiding their spears and arrows, ensuring that victory was theirs. But Ashur was not just a god of destruction. He was a god of justice. His role as the protector of Assyria meant that he was also the enforcer of divine law. Kings ruled by his decree, and the laws they passed were seen as an extension of his will. He was the god who ensured that order was maintained, that the strong would rise and the weak would fall. His justice was absolute, and his will unwavering. In the rituals performed in his honor, Ashur was both feared and revered. Priests and kings alike would offer sacrifices to him, calling upon his power to ensure that they were favored in the coming seasons, whether in battle or in harvest. Bulls, goats, and sheep were slain in his name, their blood spilled to please the god who ruled both heaven and earth. The Assyrians believed that in doing so, they were ensuring Ashur's favor, that they were invoking his strength to protect them from their enemies and guide them in their conquests. To invoke Ashur was to call upon the very essence of Assyria. His name was synonymous with power, with victory, with the might of a civilization that had conquered much of the ancient world. Yet, despite his fearsome image, Ashur was also a god of compassion for those who were loyal to him. Kings, warriors, and priests who served him faithfully were blessed with his protection, their lives touched by the divine. But for those who sought to defy him, for those who raised their banners in opposition, Ashur's wrath was swift and merciless. His power was not to be challenged. Ashur's relationship with his people was one of mutual dependence. The Assyrians believed that as long as they honored him, as long as they served him with loyalty and strength, their empire would flourish. But they also believed that they owed their very existence to him. It was Ashur who had granted them dominion over the lands they ruled, and it was Ashur who would decide their fate. The empire's survival and success were seen as a reflection of his favor. To lose Ashur's favor was to invite ruin, and many empires had already fallen into dust because they had neglected to honor the divine ruler of the Assyrian people. Through the rise and fall of Assyria, Ashur's name continued to echo through time. Even as the empire crumbled, even as its kings were overthrown and its cities destroyed, the memory of Ashur endured. He was more than just a god, he was the spirit of Assyria itself, the embodiment of strength, of conquest, and of divine authority. His essence was so deeply intertwined with the identity of the Assyrian people that, even in their final days, they clung to the belief that Ashur would one day return, that the empire would rise again under his rule. Ashur was the god of war and peace, of justice and retribution, of creation and destruction. His power was immense, but so too was his influence on the people who worshipped him. The very soul of Assyria was bound to his divine will, and in his name they achieved greatness and feared nothing. When the first rays of dawn stretched across the sky, turning the heavens from a dark, velvet cloak to a brilliant expanse of light, there was Dyaus Pitar. The father of the Vedic gods, the mighty creator of the heavens and earth, his presence was as vast as the very sky itself. He did not need to speak. His power was felt in the thunderous roars of storms, the quiet stillness of a peaceful morning, and the endless stretch of the sky above. Dyaus Pitar was not just a god, he was the embodiment of the universe, of everything seen and unseen, of all that was and would ever be. The name Dyaus Pitar echoes with an ancient resonance, one that can be traced back to the earliest hymns of the Vedas, the sacred texts of the Indian subcontinent. He was not a god tied to earthly matters, nor was he bound to the limited scope of human understanding. Dyaus Pitar was sky itself, eternal, boundless, and unchanging. And yet, he was also intimately connected to the lives of those who revered him. His influence was woven through every season, every storm, every crop that grew in the fertile fields below. He was not a distant deity but one whose presence imbued every aspect of existence, both physical and divine. His role was that of a creator, and his children, gods like Indra, Agni, and Varuna, came into being under his watchful gaze. Yet, despite his immense power and the roles he played in the creation of the cosmos, Dyaus Pitar was not a figure who imposed his will upon the world. Instead, he was the quiet force that governed the laws of nature, the one whose essence was felt in the rhythm of the seasons, the patterns of the stars, and the cycles of birth and death. Dyaus Pitar's connection to the earth was seen through the natural elements that shaped the land. The earth, in Vedic cosmology, was the mother, and the sky, Dyaus, was the father. Together, they gave birth to life. Heaven and earth were bound in an eternal union, and from their embrace, all things sprang into being. The Vedic people revered the sky as sacred, and Dyaus Pitar was honored as the divine ruler of this vast and infinite realm. He was the one who brought forth the rains to nourish the crops, who sent the winds to carry the seeds, and who commanded the sun to rise each morning. Despite his essential role in the fabric of existence, Dyaus Pitar's influence was often subtle. He was not the god of thunder and lightning like his son, Indra, nor was he the god of fire like Agni. Dyaus Pitar was the sky itself, silent, steady, and all-encompassing. The Vedic people did not invoke him in the same way they called upon the more active gods of war or destruction. Instead, Dyaus Pitar was honored with quiet reverence, his name whispered in prayer as they looked to the sky above. When a storm rolled in, or when the sun broke through the clouds, the people saw his power at work. It was Dyaus Pitar who controlled the heavens, shaping the weather and the stars with a power that was both infinite and intimate. In the hymns dedicated to Dyaus Pitar, he is often invoked as a father, a figure of wisdom and strength. His paternal role was a central aspect of his divinity. The bond between father and child was a theme woven through many of the Vedic tales. Dyaus Pitar was not an aloof deity who stood apart from his children. He was a guiding force, imparting wisdom to his sons and ensuring that the cosmic order remained intact. His influence extended not only to the gods, but to humanity itself. The Vedic people believed that by honoring Dyaus Pitar, they could maintain harmony in the world, for he was the one who upheld the balance between heaven and earth. But the nature of Dyaus Pitar's fatherhood was not one of indulgence. He was not a doting, nurturing figure in the way that some gods are depicted. Instead, Dyaus Pitar's fatherhood was one of guidance and discipline. He bestowed upon his children the strength to uphold their divine duties. Indra, his son, was the god of thunder and war, and under Dyaus Pitar's watch, he learned the ways of battle and leadership. Agni, the fire god, learned to control the sacred flames that served as both purifiers and destroyers. Through Dyaus Pitar's divine teachings, his children came into their full power, their roles as gods coming into alignment with the cosmic order that Dyaus himself had set into motion. The relationship between Dyaus Pitar and his children also echoed the relationship between father and son in human life. The gods were often depicted in struggle, learning, and growing through the challenges they faced. In many ways, Dyaus Pitar's divine paternal guidance mirrored the ways in which fathers on earth guided their sons to maturity. He was a figure of strength, of wisdom, and of understanding, shaping the future through his divine influence. The worship of Dyaus Pitar was closely tied to the rituals of the Vedic people. The offerings made in his honor were simple yet profound. Sacrifices of grain, milk, and clarified butter were given, often in the open air, beneath the wide sky that he ruled. The smoke from the offerings would rise to meet the heavens, carrying with it the prayers and wishes of the people. There was no need for elaborate temples or statues to represent Dyaus Pitar. His presence was felt in the very act of offering, in the reverence with which the people turned their faces toward the sky. But as the centuries passed and new gods rose to prominence, the figure of Dyaus Pitar began to fade from the forefront of Vedic worship. His place as the central figure in the pantheon was overtaken by other deities like Indra and Varuna, who took on more active roles in the myths and stories of the people. Yet Dyaus Pitar's legacy endured, woven into the very fabric of the Vedic worldview. His essence was carried in the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sky that stretched above them. Though his role as a god of creation and the father of the gods may have become less prominent, his influence remained as vast as the heavens themselves. Varuna, the god who watched over the waters, the heavens, and the moral order of the universe, stood as an unyielding force in the Vedic cosmos. His name, synonymous with both the vastness of the ocean and the vast expanse of the sky, echoed through the hymns that were sung to him. He was not simply a god who governed the waters or the rain. Varuna was a god whose authority was woven into the very fabric of existence itself, a divine figure who oversaw the balance of all things, both cosmic and moral. His influence reached into every corner of life, from the depths of the oceans to the farthest reaches of the heavens. His presence was felt not in the storms of war, nor in the fire of creation, but in the quiet moments of truth and justice, where the weight of honor and righteousness lay heavy on the hearts of men. Varuna was known as the upholder of Rta, the cosmic law, a force that governed not only the movements of the stars and the rhythms of nature, but also the conduct of human beings. In the Vedic tradition, to follow Rta was to live in accordance with the divine order, to walk in truth, and to honor the sacred balance between heaven and earth. Varuna was the protector of Rta, ensuring that it was maintained across the cosmos. Those who lived truthfully were blessed, while those who strayed from the path of righteousness, those who lied, cheated, or deceived, would face the consequences of Varuna's divine justice. In the early hymns of the Vedas, Varuna's power and authority were depicted as immense. He was described as a god who could bind people with the very laws of nature, whose eyes were the sun and the moon, watching over the world with an all-seeing gaze. His gaze was said to penetrate the hidden corners of existence, seeing all that was done in secret, in darkness, or in the silence of the night. The sky, the ocean, and the heavens were his dominion, but so too were the hearts and minds of men. There was no hiding from Varuna, no deception could escape his notice. He knew the innermost thoughts of those who wandered from the truth, and it was he who would hold them accountable for their actions. Though Varuna's power was great and his authority absolute, he was not a vengeful god who sought to punish out of malice. His justice, though firm, was tempered by a sense of mercy. Those who wronged others, those who violated RTA, would find themselves bound by the chains of guilt, but it was also Varuna's hand that could release them if they repented and returned to the path of truth. The god was not simply a force of retribution, he was also a god of restoration, of healing. His role was to maintain the balance of the world, ensuring that truth prevailed and that justice was done, not for the sake of cruelty, but for the sake of order, harmony, and righteousness. Varuna's association with the ocean was symbolic, for the ocean was seen as the dwelling place of the unknown, the mysterious, and the unfathomable. The ocean represented the vastness of existence, a place where the boundaries between the physical world and the divine were blurred. In the same way, Varuna's reach extended beyond the material, beyond the physical laws of the world, into the moral and ethical dimensions of life. His presence was felt in the ebb and flow of the tides, in the vast expanse of the sky, and in the stillness of the night, when the truth could no longer be hidden. Like the ocean, Varuna was both vast and deep, a god whose mysteries could not be fully understood but whose influence was inescapable. Varuna's role in Vedic society was not simply as a god who punished those who strayed from RTA. He was also a protector, a guardian of order. In times of conflict, when the world seemed to teeter on the brink of chaos, Varuna's divine order was what held everything together. His presence was invoked in times of drought, when the rains were needed to bring life to the land. He was the god of the water cycle, of the rains that nourished crops and quenched the thirst of the earth. Without his favor, there could be no life. He was both the god of the heavens and the god of the waters, and in his hands, he held the power to create or destroy. In the Vedic hymns, Varuna is often depicted as a ruler who presides over a divine assembly, sitting upon a throne, watching over the world with wisdom and justice. The people would offer prayers to him, calling upon his mercy and favor. They would invoke his name when seeking guidance, when they wished to be absolved of guilt, or when they sought protection in times of danger. In these prayers, Varuna was not seen as a distant, indifferent deity. He was approached with reverence and humility, for his judgment was absolute, and his favor was a gift that could not be earned by mere deeds, but by living in harmony with the cosmic order. While Varuna's role as the guardian of RTA and the enforcer of moral law was central to his divinity, he was also a god of compassion. Though his justice could be harsh, his mercy was equally profound. Those who recognized their faults and turned back to the truth could find solace in his grace. His role as a moral and ethical guide set him apart from the more warlike gods of the Vedic pantheon. Unlike Indra, the god of thunder and battle, Varuna did not rely on force to maintain his authority. His power was found in the natural law that governed the universe, in the righteousness that lay within the hearts of men, and in the cosmic balance that he upheld. As time passed and the focus of Vedic worship shifted, Varuna's prominence began to wane. His role as the supreme god was eventually overtaken by other deities like Indra, the god of thunder and war, and Vishnu, the god of preservation. Yet, despite this shift in worship, Varuna's influence never truly disappeared. His legacy lived on in the moral teachings of the Vedas, in the recognition of the importance of truth and justice, and in the belief that the natural world was governed by laws that extended far beyond human understanding. Varuna's essence, though less celebrated, continued to echo through the hearts of those who sought to live justly and honorably. His name still carried with it the weight of the heavens, the ocean, and the eternal truth that bound the universe together. Even in the modern age, the lessons of Varuna remain, the call to live in accordance with the divine order, to honor the truth, and to seek justice and mercy in all things. High above the mountains, amidst the clouds, Hwanin gazed upon the world he had created. His eyes, filled with the wisdom of the ages, could see everything, every leaf that fluttered, every creature that moved, and every human heart that beat. He was not a god of fire or of battle, nor was he one to walk the earth among mortals. Hwanin was the heavenly king, a being whose existence was as vast and mysterious as the sky itself. His power was subtle yet overwhelming, a force that shaped the world from afar, ensuring balance and harmony in the realms of both gods and humans. In the ancient tales of Korea, Hwanin was revered as the father of all, a celestial being who had created the universe and all its inhabitants. Known as the Lord of Heaven, Hwanin was not a god who sought to impose his will on the world, but rather, he was the source of all creation. His domain was the heavens, a realm beyond the reach of mortals, where time flowed differently, and the rules of nature were guided by his eternal wisdom. Hwanin's connection to the earth was indirect, yet profound. He watched over the lives of mortals from the celestial realm, sending guidance and blessings when needed. He was the father of Hwanin, the god who would descend to earth and establish the human race. Through his son, Hwanin's influence reached into the world of men, for Hwanin brought with him the laws of heaven and the wisdom of the divine. Hwanin's role was that of a creator and protector, yet he remained distant, watching with quiet patience as the world unfolded beneath him. The legend of Hwanin and his son Hwanin is one of the most cherished stories in Korean mythology. According to the myth, Hwanin desired to live among mortals and bring the divine wisdom of the heavens to the earth. He descended from the skies, accompanied by 3,000 heavenly troops, to a sacred mountain known as Sobek. There, Hwanin established a kingdom, a place where humans could live in harmony with the divine order. With his arrival, the people were blessed with knowledge of agriculture, medicine, and law. He brought civilization to a land that had once been wild and untamed. But Hwanin's role as the heavenly ruler remained unchanged. While Hwanin was on earth, Hwanin remained in his celestial domain, watching over his son's work and ensuring that the cosmic order was upheld. He was a father who provided not only the means for life to flourish, but also the guidance needed to sustain it. His influence was always present, even if unseen. It was in the blessings that Hwanin brought to the people, the wisdom that was passed down through generations, and the order that prevailed in the world. Hwanin's power was not one of force or domination, it was the power of creation and sustenance. He was the god who breathed life into the world, giving it shape and form, and then stepping back to allow it to grow and evolve. He did not interfere directly in the lives of mortals, but his presence was felt in the winds that whispered through the trees, in the sun that rose each morning, and in the moon that watched over the earth at night. He was the force behind the natural order, the invisible hand that guided the movements of the stars and the flow of rivers. One of the most touching aspects of Hwanin's mythology is the connection between father and son. While Hwanin remained in the heavens, his love for Hwanin was deep and unwavering. Though they were separated by realms, the bond between them was unbreakable. Hwanin's decision to send his son to earth was an act of profound care, a desire to see the world flourish under the guidance of divine wisdom. It was through Hwanin's actions that the teachings of the heavens were passed on to humanity, ensuring that the world would be shaped by the principles of justice, compassion, and order. Hwanin's influence was not only felt in the divine realm, but also in the very fabric of Korean culture. His teachings, passed down through Hwanin, became the foundation for much of the moral and ethical understanding that guided Korean society. The reverence for the natural world, the importance of harmony, and the respect for elders and the heavens, all of these values were rooted in Hwanin's influence. His mythology reflects a deep respect for balance and the understanding that creation is an ongoing, ever-evolving process. Yet, as the world of mortals became more complex, Hwanin's presence became more distant. Over time, the belief in Hwanin as a central figure in Korean religion diminished, and other gods and spirits took on more prominent roles in the lives of the people. But Hwanin's legacy never truly faded. His influence continued to shape the spiritual and cultural landscape of Korea, even as the mythology surrounding him shifted. He remained a symbol of divine wisdom, of the unseen force that guides the world with quiet strength and grace. The story of Hwanin is a reminder that creation, in all its forms, is not a singular event but a continuous process. Hwanin, as the creator god, set the world into motion, but it was through the actions of his son and the people of the earth that this creation was sustained and nurtured. Hwanin's role was to establish the foundations of the universe and then step back, allowing life to flourish according to the divine principles he set in place. His story is one of love, of guidance, and of the quiet power that shapes the world from the heavens above. In the silence of the mountains, beneath the vast expanse of the sky, Hwanin's presence endures. He is the quiet breath of the wind, the soft glow of the moon, and the steady pulse of the earth. Though his time in the world may have passed, his influence continues to live on, a reminder of the divine wisdom that guides all things and the eternal bond between Father and Son, between the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, before the world had taken shape, before the land was solid beneath the feet of mortals, and before the sky stretched into an endless dome of blue, there was only the swirling void. It was from this nothingness that the gods Izanagi and Izanami arose, deities whose love and sorrow would echo through the ages, shaping the world in ways no one could ever fully understand. Their story, filled with creation, loss, and the balance of life and death, became the foundation of Japanese mythology. Izanagi, the male god, and Izanami, the female goddess, were the first to be tasked with creating the world. The cosmos was still chaotic, a mass of water and nothingness. They stood on the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down upon the swirling chaos, determined to bring order. With a spear, Izanagi plunged it into the void, and as he lifted it, the first drops of salt water fell, forming the first island, Onagoro. Their first act was the act of creation, the birth of the land itself. They descended to the island, their hearts filled with joy and anticipation. Izanagi and Izanami, guided by love and the will of the gods, began to shape the world. They gave birth to mountains, rivers, and forests. Each island, each new feature of the earth, was born from their union, and in their eyes, the world took shape, a divine creation, a place for life to flourish. But it was in the very act of creation, in their union, that the balance between life and death began to reveal itself. In the creation of new things, the old was destroyed. This was the paradox that Izanagi and Izanami would learn all too well. To bring life into being meant accepting the inevitability of death. Izanami, in her deep, loving devotion to Izanagi, bore many children, but it was after the birth of the god of fire, Kagetsuchi, that disaster struck. As the flames of her child's birth consumed her, Izanami was fatally burned. The goddess of creation, who had given birth to so much of the world, was now consumed by the very flame she had brought into existence. Her body, once vibrant and full of life, became a vessel of death, and with her passing, the world seemed to darken. Izanagi, shattered by the loss of his beloved, refused to let death claim her entirely. His grief turned into a desperate resolve. He would descend into the realm of Yomi, the land of the dead, to bring Izanami back. The gods, those who watched from the heavens, warned him of the dangers of entering this dark and cursed place, but Izanagi's love for his wife and his desire to right the wrongs of death pushed him forward. He ventured deep into the underworld, where shadows ruled and where the dead resided. It was there, in the land of Yomi, that Izanagi found Izanami. But the reunion was not as he had hoped. His wife, now a hollowed shadow of the vibrant goddess she once was, warned him that she could not return with him. She had already eaten the food of the underworld, and now she was bound to its dark embrace. Heartbroken, Izanagi pleaded with Izanami, but she told him that it was too late. The pact she had made with death could not be broken. Izanagi, however, refused to accept the finality of death. In an act of defiance, he lit a flame to see his wife's true form. What he saw was a horrifying vision. Izanami had become a decaying corpse, her body rotting in the shadows of the underworld. In his horror and sorrow, Izanagi fled from Yomi, leaving his beloved wife behind. Izanami's curse followed him, vowing to bring death upon him for the violation of their sacred parting. As Izanagi ran, he sealed the entrance to Yomi with a massive stone, forever keeping the land of the dead from re-entering the land of the living. But the price of his defiance was steep. Izanami, now fully enmeshed in the realm of death, became the goddess who ruled over it, her anger a constant reminder of the fragile boundary between life and death. In their parting, Izanagi and Izanami became the embodiment of both creation and destruction, life and death. Their union, which had brought forth the land and the gods, was also the seed of mortality. Izanagi returned to the world of the living, but he was no longer the same. He had witnessed the true nature of existence, the inevitability of death, the fragility of life, and the eternal cycle that bound both together. It was in this moment of loss and grief that Izanagi took one of the most pivotal steps in his life. As he cleansed himself from the impurities of the underworld, he gave birth to the gods who would shape the future of Japan. from his left eye came Amaterasu, the sun goddess, whose light would bring warmth and life to the world. From his right eye, Tsukuyumi, the moon god, emerged, and from his nose, Susanoo, the storm god, was born. Each of these gods, born from Izanagi's grief and his cleansing, would play their roles in the shaping of the world, and their actions would carry the weight of both creation and destruction. But it was Amaterasu, the radiant sun goddess, who would come to embody the enduring legacy of Izanagi and Izanami's union. As the sun shone down upon the earth, it was a reminder that from darkness comes light, and from the cycles of life and death, new life is born. In the end, the story of Izanagi and Izanami is not one of mere myth, but of eternal truths, that all creation is born from love, that all life is bound to death, and that through grief, redemption, and perseverance, new beginnings can emerge. Their tale is one of profound sorrow and powerful love, and it is through their struggles that the world was born. Though their lives were torn apart by the inescapable forces of death, their legacy lived on in the gods they gave birth to, and in the cycle of life that continues to this very day. Every morning, the ancient Egyptians woke to the same awe-inspiring sight, the sun rising over the horizon, a golden orb slowly making its ascent into the sky. This radiant, burning ball of light, a gift to the world, was not just a natural phenomenon, it was the very embodiment of Ra, the god of the sun, the supreme deity whose presence stretched beyond the earth, into the heavens themselves. Ra was not merely a god of light and day, he was the giver of life. Without him, nothing would exist. It was said that at the dawn of time, when the world was still nothing but a void, Ra rose from the waters of Nun, the primeval ocean, and his light spread across the dark and formless world. It was Ra who illuminated the world, bringing warmth, order, and life to the chaos of existence. His first act was one of creation. He breathed life into the world, creating all living things, from the smallest insects to the tallest trees, from the birds soaring in the sky to the fish swimming in the oceans. He gave everything its place, its purpose, and its order. Ra's journey was not only that of a god reigning supreme over the heavens, but also one that mirrored the journey of the sun across the sky each day. At dawn, Ra was reborn. His solar bark, a magnificent vessel that carried him across the sky, would set sail on a new day. He would rise from the eastern horizon, shining down upon the earth, filling the world with light and energy. The people, the animals, and the earth itself all depended on Ra's presence. He was the source of their existence. Without him, the world would fall into darkness, death, and decay. But Ra's journey was far from simple. As the sun began its descent towards the west, Ra was faced with an ever-present challenge, the dangers of the underworld. Ra's path was not just one of light, but of shadow and darkness. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, it was swallowed by the serpent Apophis, a symbol of chaos and destruction. Apophis would do everything in his power to stop Ra's daily journey, to plunge the world back into eternal night. Each night, Ra had to battle Apophis, a battle that symbolized the eternal struggle between order and chaos, light and dark. This nightly battle was more than just a myth, it was a reflection of the deeper truths of existence, the struggle between life and death, good and evil, creation and destruction. Ra's power was undeniable, and his journey through the underworld was one of strength and resolve. He was not alone, however. The god of the dead, Osiris, joined him in his passage through the underworld. Together, they journeyed through the dark and treacherous realms of Duat, the Egyptian afterlife. Here, in the underworld, Ra confronted the forces of chaos and evil, banishing them with the power of his light. But as much as Ra battled the forces of darkness, he was also vulnerable. It was through his power, his divine energy, that life was sustained, but it was also through his absence, the darkness of the night, that the world was reminded of Ra's fragile dominance. Ra's connection with the people of Egypt was intimate and profound. Every morning, when the sun rose, it was a reminder that life itself was a gift from the gods. The farmers, who depended on the sun to ripen their crops, and the people, who looked to Ra for warmth and light, worshipped him daily. His temple in Heliopolis, the city of the sun, was one of the most important in all of Egypt. In this sacred place, the priests would offer prayers to Ra, beseeching him for his blessings. They would honor his name, sing his praises, and call upon him to sustain the life of the earth. Without Ra's light, there would be no life, and without his protection, the forces of chaos would reign. Ra's importance to the Egyptians cannot be overstated. He was not only the god of the sun, he was the god of kingship and order. Pharaohs were believed to be Ra's earthly representatives, chosen to rule the land in his name. They were his sons, his earthly manifestations, and they were given the responsibility of maintaining Ma'at, the divine order that Ra had established. The success of Egypt itself, its flourishing civilization, its wealth, and its stability, was seen as a direct reflection of Ra's favor. When the pharaohs ruled justly, it was a sign that Ra's divine order had taken root on earth. But when the kings faltered, when they failed in their duties, it was a sign that Ra's favor had been withdrawn, and the forces of chaos were beginning to reassert their influence. Yet Ra's journey was not confined to the heavens alone. It was said that Ra also walked among the people, taking the form of a lion or a ram, appearing to those in need of guidance. His presence was a comfort, a reminder that the divine was always watching over the world. It was through Ra's eyes that the Egyptians saw the world, through Ra's light that they understood truth. He was not an aloof god who watched from a distance. He was a god who shaped the very fabric of existence, who brought life into being with every breath, and who stood as the protector of all that was good in the world. But as with all things, Ra's power was not eternal. In time, the world would change, and so too would the gods. Ra's influence began to wane as other gods, like Ammonius and Osiris, rose in prominence. The once immense power of Ra, the radiant sun god, would eventually be replaced by the more complex and multifaceted deities of the later periods of Egyptian mythology. Yet Ra's legacy never truly faded. He remained the god who brought life into being, the god whose light was the very essence of existence. Ra's story is a reminder of the cycles that govern the world, the rise and fall of the sun, the eternal struggle between light and dark, creation and destruction. In his daily journey across the sky, Ra exemplified the natural rhythms of life, reminding all who worshipped him that the world was fragile, fleeting, and precious. Without Ra, there would be no light, no life, and no order. He was the heart of creation, the life force that sustained all things. His journey was one of constant renewal, a reminder that even in darkness, the light would always return. In the dense, lush heart of Africa, where the earth hums with life and the skies are a canvas painted with the colors of sunrise and sunset, there lies a powerful, ancient story of creation. This story is not found in distant temples or sacred scriptures. It is whispered through the winds, passed down through generations, and embedded in the very soul of the Akan people. At the center of this story stands Nyame, the supreme god, whose name echoes with the very breath of the world. Nyame, the god of the heavens, was the architect of existence. From the first moment when the universe was born, when the stars were flung into the night sky and the mountains rose from the depths of the earth, it was Nyame's will that shaped it all. He crafted the world not with hands of stone or chisel, but with the infinite power of his thought, his word, and his breath. Every tree that grew, every river that wound its way through the land, every creature that roamed the earth or soared through the sky, it was Nyame who had breathed them into being. In Akan mythology, Nyame is not merely a distant observer of the world. He is a presence, a force that permeates everything, sustaining the universe with his divine essence. The Akan people understood that without Nyame's constant care and guidance, nothing would exist. His was not a love that demanded devotion in return. It was a love that simply was steadfast, eternal, and unwavering. It was in the very fabric of nature that the people found evidence of his power, a divine power that nurtured life and kept the world in balance. But Nyame's creation was not one born from a place of solitude or isolation. Nyame's first companion, his partner, was the earth goddess Assasia. Together, they brought forth the earth, each piece of land shaped and formed through their union. Where Nyame, with his vast power and celestial reach, created the heavens and the stars, Assasia nurtured the soil, tending to the plants, animals, and all that grew upon the earth. They were the perfect balance of sky and earth, male and female, divine and natural. Together, They formed the foundation of life, and from their union came the ancestors, the first beings who would walk the earth in the image of the gods. Nyam's children, born from this divine union, carried the essence of their parents. They were gods in their own right, tasked with watching over different aspects of the world. Yet, it was Nyame who remained the supreme deity, the one who commanded the heavens, whose voice could thunder in the skies, whose light could brighten the darkest nights. Though the gods were many, none could match the power and wisdom of Nyame. Nyame's role, however, was not just one of creation. His presence, his will, extended to the very core of life, death, and morality. He was a god of justice, whose judgments were absolute and impartial. In times of struggle or conflict, the people turned to Nyame for guidance. His wisdom was a beacon, shining through the darkest of situations. Yet, Nyame was also a god who understood the value of compassion. He was not a god who ruled with an iron fist, but one who saw the human heart, who understood the pain and suffering that the people endured. In this way, Nyame was not distant or detached from the struggles of the world. He was a god who deeply cared for his creation. The Akan people believed that Nyame's spirit could be felt in every part of the world. His divine energy was not confined to sacred places or temples, it resided in the very elements of nature. When the wind blew through the trees, it was Nyame whispering his will to the earth. When the rain fell upon the soil, it was Nyame watering the seeds of life. In every sunrise, the people saw his face, and at every sunset, they felt his power fading, knowing that he would return again with the dawn. But the relationship between Nyame and his people was not one of simple worship. The Akan believed that they were children of Nyame, just as the gods were. The earth, the sky, the sun, the moon, these were all gifts from Nyame, and as such, they were to be revered and protected. The people saw themselves as stewards of the earth, charged with maintaining the balance that Nyame had so carefully crafted. In their daily lives, they practiced respect for nature, for the divine power that pulsed through the land. They offered sacrifices, sang songs, and made prayers, not out of fear, but out of gratitude for the blessings that Nyame had bestowed upon them. One of the most powerful aspects of Nyame's mythology is his relationship with the concept of fate. The Akan believed that Nyame had woven the fates of every living being into the fabric of existence. The threads of destiny were interwoven with the choices of individuals, and yet, it was Nyame's will that ultimately guided the path of each person. The stories of the gods, of the ancestors, and of the people themselves were all part of a grand narrative, a divine plan that had been set into motion long before the first light of dawn had touched the earth. In the spirit of his divine wisdom, Nyame would often send signs, messages that the people could interpret to understand the will of the heavens. These signs, whether in the form of animals, dreams, or the shifting of the stars, were powerful reminders of the connection between the spiritual and physical worlds. The Akan people understood that life was not random, it was a journey that was guided by a divine hand, and it was through understanding this connection that they could live in harmony with the world. But Nyame's greatest gift to humanity was his gift of life itself. The Akan believed that the breath of life was a divine gift, and it was Nyame who gave that breath to each living being. When a person took a breath, it was as though the divine spirit of Nyame flowed through them, sustaining them, guiding them. This divine breath was what connected all people, from the lowest to the highest, from the youngest child to the oldest elder, to the great God in the sky. Life was sacred, and it was through Nyame's spirit that the cycle of life continued, generation after generation. Nyame's power and love were reflected not only in the creation of the world, but in the hearts of the people who revered him. Their connection to the divine was not one of fear or distant worship, but one of love, respect, and understanding. In every tree, every river, every mountain, they saw the hand of Nyame. His power, his presence, was everywhere, within them and around them. And so, in the deep forests, beneath the wide skies, the story of Nyame lived on, a story of creation, life, and the divine love that sustained all things. In the heart of the Yoruba people, amidst the bustling cities, the villages, and the wide open fields, there exists a god whose name reverberates through time, Olodumare. His presence is like the breath of the earth, unseen but felt in every moment, in every step, and every heartbeat. The Yoruba people have known him for as long as their stories have been told, and his essence, his divinity, is woven into the very fabric of existence itself. Olodumare is the supreme creator, the source of all that is. He is the origin, the beginning, the one who called the universe into being with nothing but his will. Where there was once chaos, Olodumare brought order. Where there was silence, he filled the world with life. In Yoruba belief, Olodumare is the god who stands above all others, the one who created not only the world but the very gods themselves. From his divine being, the Orishas, powerful deities with distinct personalities, strengths, and realms, came into existence, each with their own mission to fulfill in the vast design of creation. Yet Olodumare is not limited to the creation of the heavens and the earth. His reach stretches far beyond the boundaries of the world as we know it. His dominion encompasses all things, the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. It is said that when Olodumare created the world, he did so with a purpose that transcended the simple act of existence. His creation was not a random occurrence, it was a deliberate, sacred act. Olodumare's creation was an intricate web, a grand tapestry where each thread, whether it be a star, a mountain, an animal, or a human being, was interconnected. The world that Olodumare created was not just for humans to live in, it was a living, breathing entity in itself, a reflection of the divine balance that Olodumare maintained. In this world, everything had its place. Every person, every animal, every tree, every river, existed for a reason. They were all part of a divine plan, each fulfilling its purpose under Olodumare's watchful eye. But Olodumare is not a distant, detached god. He does not simply sit on high, far removed from the concerns of the world. His love for his creation is active, palpable, and ever-present. In Yoruba religion, Olodumare is not only the creator but also the sustainer. His care for the world is constant, his watchfulness unyielding. The earth does not spin on its axis by chance, it spins because Olodumare wills it to. The rains do not fall because of some random weather pattern, they fall because Olodumare sends them to nourish the earth and to sustain life. The cycles of nature, the changing of the seasons, the birth and death of every living thing, are all part of Olodumare's divine rhythm. And through it all, the people know that they are never alone. Olodumare's presence is felt in every leaf that rustles, every bird that flies across the sky, and every ray of sunlight that touches the earth. But even though Olodumare is the creator and sustainer, he is not one to meddle in the everyday affairs of humanity. He does not micromanage the lives of his people, nor does he impose his will upon them. Instead, Olodumare gives each person the gift of free will, the gift to live their life according to their own choices. However, this free will comes with responsibility. The Yoruba people understand that their actions are not without consequences. They are not merely wandering through life without guidance. Olodumare has given them the Orishas, powerful intermediaries between the divine and the human, to guide them. These Orishas, each with their own distinct power and domain, are manifestations of Olodumare's will. They offer wisdom, protection, and blessings to those who seek them out, but they are not gods in their own right. They are agents of Olodumare, fulfilling their duties as part of the divine plan. One of the most significant aspects of Olodumare's divine nature is his role in the concept of destiny. The Yoruba people believe that before each person is born, Olodumare determines their destiny, the path that they are meant to walk in this life. This destiny is not something that can be changed or avoided. It is the very essence of who they are, woven into their soul, their being. However, while Olodumare's will guides the course of their lives, it is not without choice. Humans have the power to make decisions, to shape their own experiences, but they must do so in accordance with their destiny. To live a fulfilled life is to live in harmony with the divine plan that Olodumare has set for them. Yet, even though Olodumare's plan is perfect, humans are not infallible. They are born with free will, yes, but they are also bound by their own flaws and desires. The temptation to stray from their destiny, to act out of ego or selfishness, is ever present. When this happens, it is the Orishas who intervene, guiding the individual back onto their rightful path. But ultimately, the path is always there, marked by Olodumare's divine hand, waiting for those who are willing to listen. The relationship between Olodumare and the Yoruba people is one of profound respect and reverence. To honor Olodumare is to honor all of creation, to live in harmony with the world and with others. It is to recognize that every person, every animal, every plant, and every force of nature is sacred. The Yoruba understand that they are not separate from the world, but an integral part of it. They are a part of Olodumare's divine creation, and to live in balance with that creation is to live in alignment with the divine will. Every ceremony, every prayer, every offering made to Olodumare is an expression of gratitude, an acknowledgement of his supreme power, and a recognition of his active presence in their lives. The Yoruba know that without Olodumare, there would be no life, no world, no destiny. Everything is possible because of him. And even though he may seem distant to some, Olodumare is always near, always present, always watching over his people with love and care. Olodumare's story is not one of a god who rules with an iron fist, but one who governs with wisdom, love, and grace. His creation is perfect, but it is not without its challenges. His divine plan may seem mysterious, but it is always unfolding, and it is always for the greater good. The Yoruba people know that their lives are touched by his hand, and that their destiny is intertwined with the divine will of Olodumare. And as they walk their paths, they do so with the knowledge that they are never truly alone. Long before the first dawn of creation, before the land and sky even existed, there was chaos. In the silent darkness of the deep, primordial waters, an ancient force stirred. This was Tiamat, the great goddess of the salt sea, a being as old as the universe itself. Her form was not something the human eye could comprehend. She was a swirling mass of the unknown, of potential, of power. Her very essence was that of the ocean, vast and untamed, filled with both the promise of life and the threat of destruction. Tiamat was not just a goddess, but the embodiment of the ancient chaos that preceded creation. In the mythological landscape of Mesopotamia, she was both mother and destroyer, nurturer and obliterator. Her waters stretched out, endless and wild, teeming with life, but also filled with the unknown dangers of the deep. For eons, she had existed in this state of chaos, with no purpose other than to simply be, existing outside the boundaries of order, untouched by the will of the gods. But Tiamat's story did not remain one of formlessness and isolation. As the gods of the newer world began to take shape, Tiamat's place in the cosmos shifted. She became both the foundation and the adversary of the divine order. Tiamat gave birth to monstrous creatures that roamed her waters, serpents, dragons, and terrifying beasts that seemed to embody every fear, every shadow, every storm. These creatures, her children, were creatures of destruction, their very existence a threat to the order that the gods sought to impose upon the universe. And yet, Tiamat loved them. She was their mother, their protector, bound to them with the ancient, unbreakable thread of life. But the gods of the newer world, those who were created from the divine, from the desire to bring structure to the universe, did not see Tiamat's chaos as a blessing. They saw her as a threat to their own world, a force that could unravel everything they had worked to build. A god named Marduk rose to challenge her, embodying the force of order, of light, and of structure. It was not just a battle between two gods, it was a battle between creation and destruction, between life and death, between what was and what could be. Marduk, determined to defeat the ancient goddess, confronted Tiamat in a battle that was as much cosmic as it was physical. It was said that Marduk's voice thundered like the roar of a lion, while Tiamat's cry was like the crashing of the seas. The waters of the ocean churned, and the earth trembled as these two forces, each representing a different aspect of the universe, collided. Tiamat, with all her power, fought fiercely. Her body split the waters and birthed terrifying storms that could level entire cities, yet Marduk was relentless. Finally, after a fierce and violent struggle, Marduk overcame Tiamat. With a single, powerful blow, he split her body in two, creating the heavens and the earth from her divine remains. The salt seas, her domain, became the foundation for the world that would follow. From the blood of her fallen children, new gods were born. Yet even in death, Tiamat's presence lingered, her waters still held the salt of the earth, the chaotic nature of creation itself embedded in the very soil. Marduk's victory over Tiamat was not just the triumph of one god over another, it was the moment when the universe as we know it was born. Her body became the very foundation of the earth, the oceans, and the sky. Her chaotic waters, which once threatened the world, now provided the fertile ground for life to grow. Tiamat's power, even in her defeat, was the source of all life, the embodiment of both destruction and creation. The world could not exist without her, even in her death, she had given birth to the world. But Tiamat's story did not end with her destruction. Her name lived on, not as a forgotten relic of the past, but as a reminder of the dual nature of the universe. Tiamat was not evil, she was not simply chaos. She was both life and death, creation and destruction, the mother of everything that had ever been and everything that would ever be. Her story was the story of the world itself, an endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Chaos and order were not enemies, they were intertwined, two sides of the same coin. Without chaos, there could be no creation. Without destruction, there could be no rebirth. In Mesopotamian thought, Tiamat was not a villain to be vanquished, but a force to be understood, to be respected. She was the great mother who gave birth to all life, who allowed the world to grow and flourish, but who also reminded the gods and mortals alike of the fragile nature of existence. Life, like Tiamat's waters, could be calm and peaceful, but it could also be destructive and terrifying, a force that could sweep everything away in an instant. She was the storm and the calm, the night and the day, the beginning and the end. Tiamat's legacy endured, not just in the tale of her defeat, but in the world she had shaped. Her form was ever present in the natural world, every crashing wave, every rumbling thunderstorm, every deep, mysterious ocean. The earth, with all its beauty and violence, was her gift. The gods who rose from her death carried with them her power, and in their rule, they too embodied the tension between creation and destruction. Tiamat's story is a testament to the complexity of life itself, a story not of good versus evil, but of the deep, fundamental forces that make existence possible. Without her, there would be no world, no sky, no earth, no sea. She was the first goddess, the primal force from which everything sprang, and even in her defeat, she was the foundation upon which everything else was built. The Nile River, with its winding flow, carved its path through the land of Egypt, bringing life to the parched desert and shaping the very essence of ancient civilization. It was along this mighty river that one of the most enigmatic deities of Egyptian mythology was born. Sobek, the crocodile god, was as much a part of the river as the very waters themselves. His power was immense, his form both terrifying and awe-inspiring. He was the embodiment of the Nile's strength, ferocious, unpredictable, and yet essential for life. In ancient Egypt, the Nile was the heart of existence. It brought water to the land, it nourished the crops, and it provided sustenance to the people. But as with all things that have the power to give life, it also had the power to take it away. The Nile was both a provider and a destroyer, its waters capable of flooding the land in an instant, drowning everything in its path. It was this duality that Sobek embodied. He was a god of both fertility and destruction, a deity whose temperament matched the violent, unpredictable nature of the river itself. Sobek's image was striking and unforgettable. He was often depicted as a man with the head of a crocodile, his eyes fierce, his jaws wide open, ready to strike. His massive, muscular body exuded raw strength, his scales shimmering like the surface of the river. To gaze upon Sobek was to see the raw, untamed power of the natural world. Yet, despite his fearsome appearance, Sobek was not simply the god of destruction. He was a protector, a guardian of the Nile, of the people, and of life itself. His terrifying form was not to be feared, but respected, for he was the one who ensured the flow of the river, the one who protected the land from chaos, and the one who maintained balance. The Egyptians saw Sobek as the protector of the pharaoh, watching over the ruler to ensure their safety and success. The crocodile god was also a symbol of strength and fertility, both in the physical realm and the spiritual. The fertility of the Nile was Sobek's domain. His influence ensured that the waters of the river would flood the land, bringing with them the silt that would make the soil rich and fertile. In this way, Sobek was seen as a god of abundance, ensuring that crops would grow and the people would be fed. But, just as the Nile could be both a gift and a threat, Sobek's nature was one of balance. He was both a god who gave and a god who took. In the quiet depths of the Nile, Sobek ruled. He was not a god of distant temples or lofty altars, but one who resided within the very waters that sustained the Egyptian people. His presence was felt in every ripple of the river and every gust of wind that stirred the waters. He was both the force that drove the river's flow and the quiet guardian who watched over the land from beneath the surface. The Egyptians believed that Sobek's power was as vast as the river itself, unpredictable, untamable, and vital. To the people of Egypt, Sobek's power was something that could not be ignored. There were times when the Nile would flood, when the waters would surge with terrifying force, drowning fields and villages. It was during these moments that Sobek's wrath was felt, and it was in these moments that the people would turn to him for mercy. The crocodile god was both feared and revered, for it was said that only he had the power to calm the raging waters and restore balance. He was both the cause of destruction and the source of restoration, a force that could bring both devastation and rebirth. Yet Sobek was not only feared for his power over the natural world. He was also seen as a god of war and protection. As the Egyptians faced the constant threat of invasion, Sobek was called upon to protect the land and the people. His fierce nature, his unyielding strength, made him a perfect guardian for those who sought to defend their homes. Warriors and soldiers, in particular, sought his favor, believing that Sobek's blessings would grant them the courage and power to fight. His connection to the crocodile, a creature that stalks its prey with silent determination, made him a symbol of the warrior's mindset, calculating, strategic, and fearless. Sobek's role as a protector extended beyond the earthly realm. He was also a god of the afterlife, helping guide the souls of the dead on their journey to the underworld. It was said that Sobek, in his form as the great crocodile, would watch over the dead as they traveled through the waters of the afterlife. His fierce nature was a reminder that the journey was not without peril, but his protective qualities ensured that the souls would be safe from harm. Sobek was both a protector and a guide, ensuring that those who followed his path would reach their final destination. In the temples dedicated to Sobek, offerings were made to honor his power and to seek his favor. Crocodiles were kept in sacred pools, their presence a living tribute to the god. These crocodiles, revered as the physical manifestation of Sobek, were tended to with great care. They were seen not only as sacred animals but as divine intermediaries, carrying the essence of Sobek himself. In return for the people's reverence, Sobek was believed to offer his protection and blessings, ensuring the fertility of the land, the safety of the pharaoh, and the peace of the people. Sobek's presence in Egyptian mythology was a reminder of the complex relationship that humans had with nature. He was both a force of destruction and a symbol of life's potential. His power mirrored the Nile itself, at once a source of life and a force of unpredictable chaos. Yet Sobek's dual nature was not a flaw but a vital part of the balance of the world. Without the destructive force of the Nile, there would be no fertile soil, no crops, no life. And without Sobek's fierce protection, the land would fall to chaos. In his nature, the Egyptians saw a reflection of the very forces that shaped their world, forces that were both terrifying and life-giving, forces that demanded respect and awe. In the end, Sobek was not just a god of crocodiles or the Nile, but a symbol of life itself, the balance between creation and destruction, strength and protection. His presence was a reminder that the world was not a simple place of order or chaos, but a place where both could coexist, where both were necessary for the survival of all. The crocodile god, fierce and unwavering, watched over the land, ensuring that both life and death would continue to flow in a never-ending cycle, just as the Nile continued to carve its path through the heart of Egypt. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, the kind that grips the world in the moments before dawn. Somewhere in the distance, a lone owl called, its cry echoing through the dark woods. At the crossroads, where three paths met under the pale gaze of the moon, a figure stood cloaked in shadows. Her presence was otherworldly, her form seeming to blur the line between light and darkness. She was Hecate, the goddess of the liminal, the unseen, the in-between. Her origins stretched back into the mists of time, before the Greeks had shaped her image, to an era when the world itself was still finding its form. Hecate was not born of Olympus, nor did she emerge from the familiar pantheon of gods that governed the heavens and the earth. She came from a place older, a place untamed. Her origins lay in the ancient lands of Anatolia and Thrace, where she was revered as a goddess of the wilderness and the night. In those early days, Hecate was not confined to the role of a mere goddess. She was a force of nature, a presence that could not be contained or defined. She was the guardian of the thresholds, the keeper of secrets, the mistress of the unseen. Her name carried power, whispered in hushed tones by those who feared and revered her. Hecate was the goddess of transitions, of the moments when one thing became another, birth and death, night and day, past and future. She stood at the crossroads, both literal and metaphorical, watching over those who dared to tread the paths of uncertainty. To invoke Hecate was to call upon the power of the unknown, to seek guidance in the face of mystery and change. She was the light in the darkness, the voice in the silence, the one who walked the paths that others feared to tread. In her earliest depictions, Hecate was associated with the natural world. She was a goddess of the wild, of the places untouched by human hands. Her power was rooted in the earth, in the cycles of the moon, in the primal forces that governed life itself. She was said to roam the forests and the fields, her presence felt in the rustling of leaves, in the howl of wolves, in the whisper of the wind. Her connection to nature was deep and unbreakable, a reminder of the ancient bond between humanity and the world around them. But Hecate's power was not limited to the physical world. She was also a goddess of magic, of the unseen forces that shaped reality. She was the patroness of witches and sorcerers, the keeper of spells and incantations. Her knowledge of the arcane was unparalleled, her wisdom sought by those who wished to wield the power of the unseen. To call upon Hecate was to seek the guidance of a goddess who understood the mysteries of the universe, who could see beyond the veil of the ordinary into the realm of the extraordinary. Yet Hecate was not a goddess of easy answers or simple solutions. Her guidance was not given freely, nor was her power without cost. She demanded respect, reverence, and understanding. To call upon her was to acknowledge the complexity of life, the interconnectedness of all things. Hecate did not offer comfort or reassurance, she offered truth, raw and unvarnished. She was the goddess of the crossroads, the one who stood at the threshold of choice, forcing those who sought her aid to confront their own fears and desires. Her association with the crossroads was no accident. The crossroads were a place of transition, of decision, of possibility. They were a place where the past met the future, where the known gave way to the unknown. To stand at the crossroads was to face the essence of life itself, to confront the choices that defined existence. Hecate was the guardian of this space, the one who guided travelers and seekers through the uncertainty. Her presence at the crossroads was a reminder that life was not a straight path, but a series of choices, each leading to new possibilities and challenges. As time passed, Hecate's image evolved, shaped by the cultures that adopted her. The Greeks, who wove her into their mythology, emphasized her role as a goddess of the underworld, a guide to the souls of the dead. She was often depicted holding torches, lighting the way for those who walked the shadowy paths of the afterlife. Her connection to the dead, to the unseen realms, only deepened her mystique. She became a symbol of the unknown, of the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of death. Yet even as her role shifted, her essence remained the same. Hecate was a goddess of boundaries, of the spaces between. She was the guardian of the liminal, the protector of those who walked the paths of transformation. Her power lay in her ability to navigate the in-between, to move between worlds, to see what others could not. She was both a guide and a protector, a force of both light and darkness, a reminder that life itself is a journey through the unknown. Hecate's influence extended far beyond her origins, her power resonating through the ages. Her name became synonymous with magic, with mystery, with the unseen forces that shape existence. She was a goddess of strength and independence, of wisdom and power. To this day, Her image endures, a testament to the timeless nature of her story. She is the goddess of the crossroads, the keeper of the thresholds, the one who stands at the edge of the known, lighting the way for those who dare to step into the darkness. And even now, as her torches flicker in the shadows, she watches, waiting for those who seek her wisdom, her power, her truth. The earliest stories humankind told were of origins, the birth of the world, the emergence of life, and the forces that shaped everything. Across cultures and ages, these creation myths took root in the collective imagination, each a mirror reflecting the hopes, fears, and understanding of the people who told them. Yet, for all their differences, they shared threads that wove a tapestry of commonality, a universal human yearning to answer the ultimate question: how did it all begin? In the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, the creation story emerged from the tumultuous clash of primordial forces. Tiamat, the chaos dragon, and Apsu, the freshwater god, represented the unruly and unpredictable nature of the world before order. Their violent conflict gave rise to the cosmos. Marduk, the champion of the younger gods, slew Tiamat and from her sundered body formed the heavens and the earth. The violence of the myth spoke to a world where survival was fraught, where chaos always threatened to rise again. Across the river and sands in Egypt, creation took a different tone. Here, the world arose not from battle but from the quiet stillness of a watery void, the Nun. From this formless expanse came Adam or Ra, the self-created being who brought forth other gods through sheer will and power. Creation was an act of emergence, an expression of life bursting forth from the unity of all things. The myths reflected the steady, life-giving flow of the Nile, a cycle of creation and renewal that the Egyptians saw mirrored in the sun's daily journey across the sky. Meanwhile, in the icy reaches of the Norse cosmos, creation began in the yawning void of Ginnungagap, flanked by the fiery Muspelheim and the frozen Niflheim. From this stark dichotomy emerged Ymir, the first giant, and the Coward Humla. The gods Odin, Vili, and Ve eventually slew Ymir, crafting the earth from his flesh, the seas from his blood, and the heavens from his skull. Here, creation was the result of both destruction and ingenuity, a reflection of the harsh, unyielding environment of the Norse people, where survival demanded both strength and creativity. In the verdant landscapes of the Indian subcontinent, the Vedic hymns told of the Purusha, the cosmic man. He was both the sacrifice and the source of all creation, his dismembered body becoming the universe's fundamental elements. His mind became the moon, his eyes the sun, his breath the wind. This act of divine self-sacrifice underscored a worldview that saw the sacred in every aspect of existence, where life and death were intertwined, and creation was a constant cycle of transformation. In contrast, the stories of the Native American tribes often emphasized harmony and collaboration in creation. The Iroquois spoke of Sky Woman, who fell from the heavens and, with the help of animals, created the earth on the back of a giant turtle. In this telling, the interconnectedness of life was paramount, and the act of creation was a cooperative effort between humans, animals, and the divine. Far to the east, in China, creation myths like that of Pangu painted a grand vision of the cosmos. Pangu, the primordial being, separated the heavens and the earth, his body transforming into the features of the natural world after his death. His breath became the wind, his eyes the sun and moon, his blood the rivers. This myth, much like others, underscored the intimacy between humanity and the natural world, a recognition that the universe itself was a living, breathing entity. While the details of these myths diverge, certain themes repeat with startling regularity. Water, for instance, appears in many as the primordial state of existence, whether it's the Nun of Egypt, the cosmic ocean of Hinduism, or Tiamat's chaotic depths in Mesopotamia. Water symbolizes both the source of life and the mysterious, formless void from which creation arises. Another recurring motif is the role of sacrifice. Whether it's Purusha's dismemberment, Ymir's death, or even the subjugation of Tiamat, creation often comes at the cost of destruction. This duality, a world born from the ending of something else, mirrors the cycles of nature itself, death feeding life, decay birthing renewal. Similarly, many myths attribute creation to a divine act of speech or thought. Adam's emergence from the void, the utterances of Yahweh in the biblical Genesis, and the chants of the Vedic seers all emphasize the power of language and intention. These stories suggest that creation is not just physical but conceptual, an act of bringing order to chaos. But perhaps the most profound similarity lies in what these myths seek to convey about humanity's place in the universe. Whether through the imagery of gods molding the first humans from clay, as in the Mesopotamian Enuma Elish, or the sacred breath that animates life, as in the Bible's Genesis, these stories tie humanity intrinsically to the cosmos. They emphasize a relationship of responsibility, connection, and reverence. Yet, the differences are just as telling. The violent tone of the Babylonian myths contrasts sharply with the cooperative creation tales of the Native Americans. Where the Norse myths depict a harsh and adversarial cosmos, the Egyptian stories often radiate a sense of balance and continuity. These differences reflect the environments, challenges, and values of the cultures that birthed them, showing how creation myths are as much about explaining the world as they are about defining the people who tell them. As these stories echo through the ages, they offer more than explanations of existence. They provide insight into the hopes and fears of our ancestors, a window into the ways they saw themselves and their place in the cosmos. Though separated by time and geography, the shared patterns in their myths remind us that the need to understand, to create meaning, is universal. At the heart of every creation myth lies a profound truth: humanity's enduring quest to find its reflection in the divine and the cosmos. The myths are both the beginning and the unending, a reminder that every end sparks a new origin, a new story waiting to be told. The temple rose like a mountain from the earth, its spires and walls etched with sacred inscriptions, every detail meticulously designed to reflect the heavens. This was no ordinary building. It was alive, vibrating with centuries of faith, sacrifice, and prayer. The temple was a bridge between worlds, a sacred conduit through which gods and mortals could communicate. At its heart were the priests, the keepers of this delicate balance, their lives entwined with the divine in ways that made them both revered and feared. In the dim glow of the temple's inner sanctum, a priest stood before the deity's image, his hand steady despite the weight of the ceremony. The scent of incense curled through the air, mingling with whispered chants that seemed to vibrate in the very stones. He was more than a man here. He was the voice of the divine, the custodian of sacred rituals, the one chosen to interpret the will of the gods. Across cultures and centuries, the role of priests in the temples they served varied, yet their core purpose remained the same: they were intermediaries, connecting humanity with the divine. In ancient Mesopotamia, the ziggurats stood as towering symbols of devotion. Priests climbed their steps daily, offering food, drink, and prayer to ensure the gods' favor. These acts were not mere gestures, they were survival. In a world where natural disasters and famine were seen as divine wrath, the priests carried the weight of entire civilizations on their shoulders. In Egypt, the grandeur of the temples mirrored the eternal nature of the gods they honored. Here, priests were the caretakers of Ma'at, the cosmic order that held the universe together. Each day, they performed rituals with unwavering precision, washing and dressing the statues of the gods, reciting hymns that resonated with millennia of belief. Their duties were both spiritual and political. They were advisors to the pharaoh, mediators in disputes, and sometimes even the power behind the throne. Their devotion went beyond the earthly. It was their task to maintain the harmony between the mortal and the divine. The temples themselves were microcosms of the universe. In India's Vedic tradition, priests performed intricate fire rituals, their mantras weaving a connection between the earthly and the celestial. Every offering cast into the fire was a bridge, every syllable of the chant a thread binding humanity to the gods. These rituals were acts of cosmic significance, ensuring prosperity and balance for the community. But not all priestly duties were bound to grandeur. In the quiet corners of Shinto shrines in Japan, priests and priestesses tended to the kami, the spirits that inhabit all things. Their tasks were simple yet profound, keeping the shrines clean, offering rice and sake, and ensuring that the sacred spaces remained places of purity and peace. Their reverence for the natural world and the spirits within it spoke of a deep connection to the land and its rhythms. In the temples of Greece, priests were less theocratic rulers and more custodians of the divine. They oversaw the sacrifices, interpreted omens, and guarded the sacred oracles. The priestess of Apollo at Delphi, the Pythia, sat in her sacred chamber, her cryptic utterances shaping the fate of city-states and kings. Her role, like many others, highlighted the weight of divine will in human affairs and the priest's responsibility to interpret it. Yet, the role of priests was not without its shadows. Power and faith often intertwined in ways that blurred the lines between devotion and control. In Mesoamerican cultures, priests wielded their authority with a chilling resolve, performing human sacrifices to honor the gods and ensure the cosmos' continuity. These acts, though horrifying to modern sensibilities, were rooted in a worldview that saw the universe as a delicate balance, one that required blood to sustain life itself. For the people, temples and priests were both a source of comfort and a reminder of their place in the cosmos. The temple was a sanctuary, a place to seek guidance, forgiveness, or favor. Yet, it was also a space where the vastness of the divine loomed large, where the rituals reminded them of the god's power and the fragility of human life. The priest, standing between these two worlds, was both a guide and a gatekeeper. The daily life of a priest was a mixture of the sacred and the mundane. They rose before dawn, their days dictated by the rhythms of the temple and its rituals. Their lives were governed by rules of purity, their every action meant to honor the gods. Yet, beneath the robes and the rituals, they were human, carrying the weight of divine expectation alongside their own fears and desires. Temples themselves were more than places of worship. They were centers of community, hubs of culture, and repositories of knowledge. In the ancient world, they housed libraries, conducted education, and often served as the focal point of trade and politics. The temple was not just the god's house, it was the heart of civilization. But what of those who questioned the priests or the temples? There were always skeptics, those who saw the rituals as mere theater, the priests as charlatans cloaked in mystique. Such dissenters forced societies to confront the nature of faith itself. Was it the rituals that held power, or the belief behind them? The priest's role, then, was not just to perform rites, but to embody belief, to give it shape and meaning. Even today, echoes of these ancient roles remain. Priests, temples, and sacred spaces continue to connect people with something greater than themselves, whether it's a god, a spirit, or a sense of community. The rituals may have changed, but the need for connection persists. In the heart of the temple, under the gaze of the divine, humanity still seeks answers, guidance, and a sense of belonging. And so, the priest, standing before the altar, lifts their hands in prayer. The incense curls higher, carrying the hopes of the people to the heavens. The temple walls seem to hum with the energy of countless prayers, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of faith. Beyond the walls, life continues, messy, chaotic, beautiful. But here, in this sacred space, something eternal lingers, a reminder of humanity's unbroken bond with the divine. The statues of gods that once towered over cities now lay buried in the sands of time. The temples that were once vibrant with hymns and sacrifices stand silent, their columns crumbling, their sanctuaries empty. It is a striking image, the erosion of polytheism, a belief system that once thrived across civilizations, now reduced to fragments of memory. Yet, this transition was not abrupt or simple. It was a slow unraveling, shaped by shifting power structures, evolving philosophies, and the rise of new ways to perceive the divine. Polytheism was more than a religious framework, it was the foundation of ancient societies. Gods and goddesses were deeply embedded in the rhythms of life, from the harvests in the fields to the governance of empires. Every river, mountain, and star held a deity, each with a distinct personality and realm of influence. The gods were family, rivals, protectors, and sometimes threats, mirroring the complexity of human existence. But the threads that held these belief systems together began to fray as empires expanded, philosophies evolved, and the world itself changed. One of the earliest factors in the erosion of polytheism was the rise of monotheistic and syncretic systems. Monotheism introduced a radical idea, one God above all others, the sole creator and sustainer of the universe. In this framework, The multiplicity of gods was seen not as a strength, but as a distraction, even a heresy. The concept of a single, omnipotent deity brought a new sense of unity and exclusivity to faith. Among the most notable examples was the worship of Yahweh, which emerged in ancient Israel. Over time, this once regional god became the singular focus of worship, forming the foundation of Judaism and influencing Christianity and Islam. The appeal of monotheism was its simplicity and universality. A single god transcended tribal, regional, and even national identities, creating a spiritual framework that could adapt to diverse peoples and places. For rulers seeking to unify vast empires, monotheism offered a compelling solution. The Roman Empire, for instance, eventually adopted Christianity under Emperor Constantine, marking a decisive shift from the polytheistic traditions that had defined Rome for centuries. Syncretism, on the other hand, represented a merging of belief systems. As empires expanded and cultures interacted, the gods themselves began to blend. In the Greco-Roman world, gods from Egypt, Persia, and the Levant were assimilated into the existing pantheon. Isis, an Egyptian goddess, found worshippers in Rome. Mithras, a god of Persian origin, became central to a mystery religion popular among Roman soldiers. While syncretism initially strengthened polytheistic traditions by making them more inclusive, it also diluted the distinctiveness of individual gods and myths, weakening the foundation of traditional beliefs. Philosophical developments also played a pivotal role. In Greece, the rise of rationalism and skepticism challenged traditional religion. Philosophers like Socrates, Plato, and later the Stoics and Epicureans began to question the nature of the gods. Was Zeus truly hurling thunderbolts, or were natural laws at work? Could morality and virtue exist independently of divine command? These questions undermined the literal belief in gods while paving the way for more abstract and universal concepts of divinity. Economic and social changes further eroded the grip of polytheism. As trade networks expanded, so did the exchange of ideas. The interconnectedness of the ancient world exposed people to diverse religious systems, prompting comparisons and, sometimes, doubts. In cities, where cultures collided, polytheism often became fragmented. The personal, localized gods of rural communities struggled to maintain relevance in cosmopolitan centers dominated by imperial cults and state-sponsored religions. The role of state power cannot be overstated. The endorsement of a religion by rulers often determined its survival. In Egypt, the radical attempt by Pharaoh Akhenaten to establish monotheism under the worship of Aten failed because it lacked the support of the priestly class and the broader population. Conversely, the Roman Empire's adoption of Christianity marked the beginning of a deliberate suppression of polytheism. Temples were repurposed or destroyed, pagan rituals were outlawed, and the gods of old were relegated to myth and memory. Yet, the erosion of polytheism was not merely a story of replacement. It was a transformation. Many of the old gods found ways to persist, albeit in new forms. Saints in Christianity often mirrored the roles of earlier deities, offering intercession, protection, and guidance. In folk traditions, polytheistic practices lingered, sometimes hidden beneath a veneer of monotheism. The gods of old, though diminished, were not entirely forgotten. This transition was not without resistance. Pagan communities clung fiercely to their traditions, sometimes facing persecution. Philosophers and mystics sought to reconcile the old ways with new ideas, creating hybrid spiritual systems that drew from both polytheistic and monotheistic traditions. The Neoplatonists, for example, sought to synthesize the ancient gods with their philosophical understanding of a single, ultimate source. Ultimately, the erosion of polytheism was as much a social and political shift as it was a theological one. The rise of monotheism and syncretic systems reflected deeper changes in how people understood power, identity, and the cosmos. The gods of the old world did not disappear, they transformed, leaving traces in art, literature, and the human imagination. The question lingers, what was lost when polytheism gave way to newer systems of belief? Was it the richness of a world where every river had a spirit, every star a story? Or was it simply the natural evolution of humanity's quest to make sense of existence? The ruins of temples and the echoes of forgotten hymns seemed to hold the answer, waiting for those who still listened for the whispers of the old gods. Beneath the surface of changing faiths and crumbling temples, something remarkable happened. The gods, ancient and revered, found ways to endure, reshaping themselves to fit new paradigms. Syncretism, the blending of religious traditions, became their lifeline. It was not merely survival, it was transformation, a testament to their resilience and humanity's deep-rooted connection to the divine. As monotheistic systems took hold, the old gods did not vanish, they adapted, merging with new beliefs to create something that was neither entirely old nor wholly new. In the bustling cities of the Roman Empire, where ideas and cultures flowed as freely as goods along the trade routes, the gods of Egypt, Greece, and the Near East mingled with those of Rome. Isis, the maternal goddess of Egypt, was no longer confined to the banks of the Nile. She appeared in Roman shrines, her worshippers seeking solace in her embrace as a protector of sailors and bringer of fertility. Her transformation was not a dilution but an expansion, her essence evolving to meet the needs of a changing world. Mithras, a god of Persian origin, became a focal point for Roman soldiers. His mysteries, celebrated in hidden sanctuaries, resonated with themes of loyalty, brotherhood, and salvation. While his Persian roots were evident, the Mithraic cult in Rome bore little resemblance to its Zoroastrian origins. The imagery shifted, blending with Greco-Roman motifs, while the rituals adopted the secrecy and structure that mirrored the imperial hierarchy. Mithras, once a solar deity, became a symbol of resilience and redemption in a time of upheaval. The blending of traditions was not limited to Rome. In the Levant, the Canaanite god Baal, a powerful figure of storms and fertility, found echoes in Yahweh, the singular deity of emerging monotheism. Early inscriptions and texts reveal overlaps in their attributes, suggesting a slow transition rather than an abrupt replacement. The old gods, though diminished, left their imprint on the new. The same pattern unfolded in India, where Vedic gods like Indra and Agni retained their place even as Hinduism absorbed and reinterpreted their roles. Indra, once the king of the gods and slayer of the serpent Vritra, became a minor figure in later texts, overshadowed by Vishnu and Shiva. Yet, his legacy persisted in festivals, myths, and regional worship, a reminder of his former glory. In Japan, the kami of Shinto coexisted with the arrival of Buddhism. Rather than erasing the old beliefs, Buddhism in Japan embraced them, weaving them into its practices. The kami were reinterpreted as manifestations of Buddhist principles, their shrines often standing alongside Buddhist temples. This harmonious blending ensured that neither tradition overshadowed the other, creating a uniquely Japanese spirituality where the old and new thrived side by side. In the Americas, where indigenous religions faced the force of colonization and Christianity, the gods took on new guises. In Mesoamerica, the Virgin of Guadalupe emerged as a syncretic figure, blending the imagery of the Catholic Virgin Mary with the attributes of the Aztec goddess Tenantzin. For indigenous communities, this adaptation was not mere acquiescence but a powerful act of preservation, allowing their deities to survive within the framework of imposed religion. In Africa, the Yoruba Orishas found sanctuary within the Catholic saints brought by European colonizers. Through practices like Santeria in Cuba and Candomblé in Brazil, the Orishas continued to be venerated. Oshun, the goddess of love and rivers, became associated with the Virgin Mary, her essence preserved even as her name changed. The vibrant rituals, music, and dances of these traditions kept the spirit of the old gods alive, defying centuries of suppression. Syncretism was not always harmonious. In some cases, it was an act of resistance, a way to retain identity under the weight of cultural or religious oppression. For enslaved Africans in the Americas, the blending of their gods with Christian saints was a survival strategy. Beneath the surface of Christian prayers and hymns, the rhythms of their old gods remained, their stories whispered in secret gatherings and encoded in rituals. This blending was not merely a reshaping of gods, but a reflection of the human need to connect with the divine. The merging of traditions created rich tapestries of belief that spoke to shared hopes, fears, and aspirations. It was a testament to the adaptability of faith and the enduring power of the sacred. Yet, syncretism also posed challenges. The lines between traditions blurred, and purists on all sides decried the loss of authenticity. In some cases, syncretism led to the erasure of original practices, the old gods fading as their attributes were absorbed into dominant systems. The question lingered, was survival through syncretism a triumph or a compromise? In the end, syncretism ensured that the gods, though transformed, were not forgotten. They endured in new forms, their essence woven into the fabric of evolving cultures. Their stories continued to be told, their images reimagined in art and worship. Whether as saints, spirits, or symbols, they remained, a silent yet powerful reminder of humanity's unbroken connection to the divine. And so, the gods watched from their new domains, their forms shifting yet eternal. They had weathered the rise and fall of empires, the birth of monotheism, and the tides of cultural change. Through syncretism, they remained, their presence subtle yet undeniable, their whispers carried on the wind. Buried beneath the sands of time, ancient gods once thought lost began to reemerge, their stories pieced together from fragments of clay tablets, shattered statues, and forgotten texts. It was as if they had been waiting in silence, their voices dormant but not extinguished, for the right moment to speak again. The rediscovery of these gods was not just an archaeological marvel, it was a resurgence of wonder, a chance for humanity to reconnect with its earliest ideas about the divine. The unearthing began in the 19th century, during an era of relentless exploration and colonial expansion. In the Mesopotamian plains, where empires of old once rose and fell, teams of archaeologists uncovered the ruins of temples and cities that had lain hidden for millennia. Among their finds were cuneiform tablets inscribed with hymns, prayers, and epic tales. The Enuma Elish, detailing the exploits of Tiamat and Marduk, was among these treasures. Suddenly, the gods of Sumer and Babylon, long relegated to myth, stood revealed in intricate detail, their stories woven into the fabric of human history. Egypt, too, gave up its secrets. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone in 1799 unlocked the hieroglyphs that had mystified scholars for centuries. As temples and tombs were excavated, the pantheon of Ra, Osiris, Isis, and others came alive once more. The art, architecture, and rituals of ancient Egypt spoke of a world where gods and mortals existed in profound connection. Visitors to museums stood in awe of statues of Ptah and Sobek, their craftsmanship speaking of a devotion that transcended time. In the Indus Valley, seals bearing enigmatic symbols and figures hinted at a sophisticated spiritual tradition. Though the script remains undeciphered, these artifacts have rekindled interest in early deities that may have influenced later Hindu traditions. Similarly, in the Americas, the rediscovery of sites like Teotihuacan and Machu Picchu unearthed the remnants of gods worshipped by civilizations whose stories had been nearly erased by colonization. Museums became the modern temples of these gods, their halls filled with artifacts that once adorned shrines and altars. The British Museum, the Louvre, and the Smithsonian displayed treasures that spanned continents and epochs, offering glimpses of gods like Enlil, Hecate, and Nyame. In these spaces, the old gods were given new life, their stories retold for audiences far removed from the civilizations that first revered them. But the gods were not confined to the glass cases of museums. They found their way into literature, where authors resurrected their myths with imagination and reverence. Writers like H.P. Lovecraft and Neil Gaiman drew inspiration from these ancient beings, weaving them into tales that blurred the lines between the old and the contemporary. The gods, once silent, began to speak through modern voices. Popular culture became another avenue for their resurgence. Films, television shows, and video games reimagined the ancient gods for new audiences. The likes of Ra, Anubis, and Zeus appeared as characters in blockbuster movies and best-selling novels, their names and stories now familiar to millions. These depictions were not always faithful to the original myths, but they ensured that the gods remained part of the cultural conversation. This rediscovery was not without its complexities. The gods, once sacred, were now commodities in a global marketplace of ideas. Their images were printed on t-shirts, their stories turned into entertainment. For some, this was a desecration. For others, it was a natural evolution, a way for the divine to remain relevant in a world far removed from its origins. Yet, there were those who sought to reclaim the gods in their original context. Neopagan and Reconstructionist movements emerged, their followers striving to honor the old gods as they had once been worshipped. Temples were rebuilt, rituals revived, and prayers spoken once more in the names of deities long thought forgotten. In these practices, the gods were not relics of the past, but living presences, their essence felt in the rhythms of the natural world and the cycles of the seasons. The rediscovery of the old gods was also a rediscovery of humanity itself. The myths, rituals, and art they inspired spoke to universal questions. What is our place in the cosmos? How do we find meaning in the face of mortality? These questions, as relevant now as they were thousands of years ago, connected the modern world to the ancient, reminding us of our shared heritage. And so, the gods continue to emerge from the shadows, their stories once again told, their names once again spoken. In the flicker of a museum exhibit, the pages of a novel, or the rituals of modern believers, they found new forms and new audiences. They were no longer confined to the ruins and relics of the past, but lived on, their presence felt in the whispers of the wind and the awe of those who dared to listen. The essence of creation and destruction flows like an unending current through the myths of ancient deities, a duality that reflects the cyclical nature of existence itself. Gods of old were not confined to singular roles, they wielded the power to give life and take it away, shaping worlds with their breath and reducing them to ashes with their fury. They were architects and demolishers, nurturing protectors and merciless arbiters of fate. In their stories lies a profound truth: creation and destruction are inseparable, two halves of the same eternal rhythm. Consider Tiamat, the primordial goddess of Mesopotamia. She was the mother of all things, her watery depths giving birth to the gods themselves. Yet, when her children turned against her, she became a force of chaos, spawning monstrous armies to bring them to ruin. In the Babylonian Enuma Elish, Marduk slays her and fashions the world from her body, her ribs becoming the heavens, her tears the rivers. Her death was not an end, but a beginning, a violent act of creation that underscores the paradox of destruction as a generative force. In Hindu mythology, this duality finds embodiment in Shiva, the god who dances the universe into both existence and dissolution. His dance, the Tandava, is a cosmic performance that spans creation, preservation, and destruction. In one hand, Shiva holds the drum that beats the rhythm of life. In another, he wields the fire that consumes all. His dance does not mark a final annihilation but a clearing of space for renewal. It is a reminder that destruction paves the way for creation, a necessary release in the cycle of existence. The myths of Ra, the Egyptian sun god, also explored this dual nature. As he sails across the sky, he brings light and life to the world. Yet each night, he descends into the underworld, battling the serpent Apophis, a symbol of chaos and destruction. His victory ensures the sun's rebirth, a daily cycle of creation triumphing over annihilation. Ra's journey is not merely a celestial phenomenon but a reflection of the eternal balance between order and chaos, growth and decay. In Norse mythology, creation and destruction are inseparable threads woven into the cosmos. Ymir, the primordial giant, is slain by Odin and his brothers to form the world. From Ymir's flesh, they shape the land, from his blood, the seas, from his skull, the heavens. Yet, the world they create is destined for Ragnarok, the great cataclysm where gods and mortals alike will perish. But Ragnarok is not the end. From its ashes, a new world will emerge, cleansed and reborn, its cycle mirroring the seasons of nature and the resilience of life. The Mesoamerican myths of the Aztecs and Mayans speak of gods who create and destroy with equal fervor. In the Aztec tradition, the universe has passed through multiple ages, each one destroyed and recreated anew. The gods sacrificed themselves to bring forth the sun and sustain life, but they also wielded the power to obliterate entire worlds when the cycle demanded it. The myths emphasize the impermanence of existence and the sacrifices inherent in sustaining creation. In the myths of the Yoruba people, Olodumare, the supreme deity, and the Orishas shaped the world and its inhabitants. Yet, their creation is not static. It requires balance, which is maintained through destruction when necessary. Shango, the Orisha of thunder and justice, is a prime example of this duality. His power can bring rain to nourish crops or lightning to strike down the wicked, embodying both creation's bounty and destruction's cleansing force. Even the Greek gods, often characterized by their human-like flaws, wielded creation and destruction with divine authority. Zeus, the king of the gods, is both a giver of life and a destroyer. He fathered gods and mortals, shaping destinies with his will, yet he unleashed the devastating flood to cleanse the earth of humanity's wickedness. His actions highlight the gods' role as arbiters of cosmic balance, wielding their power to maintain order. This interplay of creation and destruction is not confined to mythic narratives, but resonates with the natural world. Volcanoes erupt, obliterating everything in their path, only to create fertile lands for new life to thrive. Forests burn, their ashes nourishing the soil for fresh growth. The myths of ancient deities mirror these patterns, their stories a reflection of humanity's observation of nature's cycles. At its core, this duality speaks to the human condition. Creation and destruction are forces we encounter daily, from the birth of ideas to the end of relationships, from the building of homes to their eventual decay. The gods, in their infinite power, magnify these experiences, embodying the vast, cosmic scale of these forces. They remind us that nothing is permanent, that every beginning carries within it the seed of an end, and every end holds the potential for a new beginning. Through these myths, the ancient deities guide us to a deeper understanding of existence itself. Their stories challenge us to embrace change, to see destruction not as loss but as transformation, and to find meaning in the cycles that shape our lives. In their eternal dance of creation and destruction, the gods offer a glimpse into the profound rhythm of the universe, a rhythm that echoes in every breath we take and every moment we live. In the earliest echoes of divinity, gods and goddesses stood as reflections of human society, embodying the ideals, fears, and aspirations of the cultures that revered them. Across time and geography, these representations of male and female power and divinity reveal profound insights into the interplay of gender and authority. In their stories, we witness a shifting mosaic of dominance and balance, where the dynamics of gender in religious worship evolve alongside the societies that create them. The goddesses of ancient times often stood as embodiments of creation, fertility, and life itself. Namu, the primordial goddess of Sumer, was the mother of the gods and the seas, her existence a testament to the centrality of feminine power in the origins of the cosmos. Similarly, Inanna, also of Sumer, wielded power not only over love and fertility but also war and politics. Her daring descent into the underworld and triumphant return spoke of transformation and resilience, her duality challenging any simplistic view of feminine divinity. In Egypt, Isis rose as a paragon of strength and compassion. She was both a mother and a protector, a goddess whose magic and intelligence transcended mere nurturing roles. When Osiris was torn apart, it was Isis who gathered his pieces, restoring him to life. Her power was not subservient but vital, equal to and sometimes surpassing that of her male counterparts. Yet Egypt also exalted male gods like Ra and Ammonius, who represented solar authority, kingship, and creation, showcasing a pantheon that balanced gendered power. Greek mythology brought gender dynamics into sharp relief, often through conflict and complexity. The male gods, from Zeus to Poseidon, frequently embodied raw power, their dominion tied to the sky, sea, and earth. Yet the Olympian hierarchy was far from a one-sided patriarchy. Goddesses like Athena and Artemis commanded respect and fear, their realms of wisdom, warfare, and nature establishing them as forces to be reckoned with. Athena, born from Zeus's head, was not just a warrior but a strategist, her intelligence a symbol of feminine strength intertwined with logic and restraint. But Greek mythology also reflected tensions in gendered authority. Hera, queen of the gods, often found her power framed through her marriage to Zeus, her agency undermined by his infidelities and the narratives of vengeance they inspired. Similarly, Demeter's tale of Persephone's abduction illustrates both the resilience of maternal power and the struggles of feminine autonomy in the face of patriarchal structures. In the Hindu pantheon, divine femininity was revered with profound complexity. Goddesses like Durga and Kali transcended traditional gender roles, wielding destructive power to protect and restore balance. Kali, with her fearsome visage and unbridled rage, was not a symbol of chaos but of necessary destruction, clearing the path for renewal. Meanwhile, Vishnu and Shiva, archetypes of male divinity, embodied not only creation and preservation but also the recognition of the feminine within. Shiva's union with Shakti, the cosmic feminine energy, underscored the belief that neither male nor female could function in isolation, their balance essential for the universe's harmony. Elsewhere, goddesses held domains that directly challenged gender stereotypes. In Celtic and Norse traditions, deities like the Morrigan and Freya were tied to war, death, and sovereignty. Freya, often associated with love and beauty, was equally revered as a warrior who claimed half of the fallen in battle, challenging the notion of feminine passivity. However, as societies shifted toward centralized power and structured hierarchies, male gods often ascended to dominance. The rise of monotheistic traditions further marginalized goddesses, replacing complex pantheons with singular, often masculine, representations of divinity. Yahweh, Allah, and the Christian God became the prevailing faces of divine authority, their male attributes shaping centuries of religious thought and practice. Despite this shift, traces of feminine divinity persisted. The Virgin Mary in Christianity emerged as a powerful figure, venerated as a mother and intercessor. Though not a goddess, her role carried echoes of older traditions, where divine femininity offered comfort and connection to the divine. In Islam, while Allah is beyond gender, the reverence for Fatima, the Prophet Muhammad's daughter, and the emphasis on maternal and familial roles reflect a nuanced view of feminine strength. The erosion of goddesses in formal worship did not erase their impact. Neopagan movements and feminist spirituality in the modern era have rekindled interest in these ancient figures, seeing in them symbols of empowerment and balance. Worship of goddesses like Isis, Hecate, and Gaia has found new life, their stories reinterpreted for contemporary audiences seeking connection with the sacred feminine. The shifts in gender dynamics within divinity mirror broader cultural changes, where power, authority, and identity are continually renegotiated. Ancient societies often revered feminine power as central to life and balance, a stark contrast to the later dominance of male gods. Yet, even in their decline, goddesses have endured, their presence felt in the undercurrents of art, literature, and modern spiritual practices. These stories remind us of the fluidity of gender in the divine, where power is not bound by biological roles but expressed through the vast and varied capacities of creation, destruction, wisdom, and strength. Through their myths, the gods and goddesses offer not only a reflection of the societies that worship them but also a timeless exploration of what it means to hold power, to nurture, and to transform. The ancients gazed at the world around them with reverence, awe, and fear, sensing the presence of forces far greater than themselves. Mountains loomed as silent witnesses to time, rivers surged with unstoppable energy, and the sun and stars etched patterns across the heavens. To make sense of this vast, untamed world, they turned to gods, weaving divine narratives into the natural elements that shaped their lives. The earth, sky, water, and fire became not just the environment but the very essence of divinity, their power personified through gods who embodied their primal force. The earth, solid and enduring, was often represented as a nurturing mother, the giver of life and sustenance. In Greek mythology, Gaia emerged as the primordial mother, the womb from which all existence sprang. She was both the earth itself and its protector, a goddess of unyielding strength and profound fertility. To the Romans, this sacred connection to the land found expression in Terra Mater, whose blessings ensured abundant harvests and the stability of empires. For the Andean peoples, Pachamama symbolized the same devotion, revered as the goddess of the earth and fertility. Her domain was the soil that grew their crops and the mountains that shaped their horizon. These goddesses were not merely providers but also enforcers of balance, punishing those who exploited the earth's gifts without reverence. In stark contrast to the earth's grounded stability, the sky represented transcendence and untamed power. sky gods often embodied supreme authority, their dominion extending over all beneath them. In Mesopotamia, Anu ruled as the god of the heavens, a figure of overarching control and boundless expanse. The Vedic Dyaus Pitar shared similar traits, his presence felt in the brightness of the day and the crackling of thunder. For the Norse, Odin presided over the skies with wisdom and mystery, his one eye ever watchful from the great celestial plain. The sky was a domain of majesty and freedom, its gods embodying the limitless potential of human imagination and the awe-inspiring might of storms, winds, and sunlight. Water, the source of life and the great unknown, was another potent symbol of divinity. Rivers, seas, and rains were revered not only for their life-giving properties, but also for their ability to unleash destruction. The Sumerians honored Enki, the god of fresh water and wisdom, as a benefactor who brought life and order. To the Greeks, Poseidon's trident wielded both the gifts of calm seas and the terror of tempests. The Yoruba goddess Oshun, associated with rivers, carried dual aspects of beauty and power, her waters nurturing life and cleansing the soul. In Japan, Susanoo, the storm god, embodied the volatile and unpredictable nature of the sea, a force to be respected and appeased. Fire, in its duality, symbolized both creation and destruction. It was the spark of life and the flames of devastation, a force that demanded careful balance. Agni, the Vedic god of fire, was central to rituals, his flames carrying prayers to the heavens. He was the link between mortals and the divine, a conduit through which offerings were transformed into spiritual energy. The Greek Hephaestus, god of fire and the forge, demonstrated fire's creative potential, crafting weapons and tools for gods and heroes alike. Yet, fire could also be merciless. In Zoroastrianism, it symbolized purity and judgment, its flames a representation of divine truth that consumed all falsehood. Natural phenomena were not just seen as forces to be worshipped, but as beings with personality and intent. Rivers, for example, were often imagined as gods or spirits with distinct characteristics. The Nile was personified as Hapi, whose bounty ensured Egypt's survival. In India, the Ganges was venerated as a goddess, her waters sacred and purifying. Even the winds carried divine significance. In Polynesian mythology, the wind god Tawaramedio was a fierce presence, shaping the seas and skies with his breath. The celestial bodies, too, became divine figures, their movements a source of wonder and inspiration. The sun, as a symbol of life and renewal, was central to countless pantheons. Ra, the Egyptian sun god, traversed the sky each day, his journey a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. In Incan mythology, Inti shone as the sun god, the ancestor of their rulers and a source of vitality. The moon, with its changing phases, often took on feminine aspects, linked to cycles of fertility and mystery. The Mesopotamian Sin and the Greco-Roman Selene embodied this lunar mystique, their presence a gentle counterpart to the sun's fiery power. This intimate connection between gods and nature speaks to humanity's deep reliance on the world around them. The gods were not distant beings, but immediate presences, manifest in the rains that fed crops, the winds that carried seeds, and the fire that warmed hearths. Their worship was a form of dialogue with nature, an acknowledgement of its gifts and a plea for its mercy. The stories of these gods also reflect humanity's attempts to impose order on chaos. The natural world, with its unpredictable storms, floods, and droughts, was a source of both sustenance and terror. By personifying these elements, people sought to understand and influence forces beyond their control. The myths conveyed lessons of balance and respect, warning against hubris and exploitation. Even today, echoes of these ancient beliefs remain. The reverence for the earth in environmental movements, the symbolic power of the sun and moon in art, and the spiritual connection to water in rituals all draw from this primal relationship. The gods of nature and the cosmos continue to inspire, reminding us of the beauty and fragility of the world that sustains us. Through their stories, we see our own dependence on the elements and our place in the vast, interconnected web of existence. In the ancient world, the gods were not distant, impartial creators, they were deeply enmeshed in the moral fabric of human life. Their actions, whims, and decrees shaped the understanding of right and wrong, intertwining divine justice with the natural and social order. To worship these gods was not merely to offer sacrifices or prayers, it was to live in harmony with their codes, for the gods were watchers and judges, swift in their rewards and merciless in their punishments. Their sense of justice, at times enigmatic and even brutal, sought to maintain balance in a world teetering on chaos. The idea of divine justice often began with the concept of Ma'at in ancient Egypt. Ma'at was more than a goddess, she was the personification of truth, balance, and order. It was believed that the gods upheld Ma'at, ensuring the universe's harmony. Pharaohs, as earthly representatives of the gods, were bound to live by these principles, judged not just by their deeds, but by their adherence to this cosmic balance. In death, every soul faced the weighing of the heart ceremony. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, placed the heart on scales opposite the feather of Ma'at. A heart heavy with sin was devoured by Ammit, a beast of eternal damnation. The judgment was absolute, a clear message. Morality was not a human invention but a divine mandate. In Mesopotamian myths, the gods wielded justice with a mixture of pragmatism and wrath. Enlil, a powerful god of the winds, governed the fate of cities and nations. When humanity grew too noisy, Enlil's response was swift and catastrophic, a flood meant to silence their chaos. This harshness was not without precedent. The gods of Mesopotamia reflected a world of frequent natural disasters, where survival often hinged on appeasing divine forces. Yet, their justice was not entirely devoid of mercy. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods teach humility and wisdom, tempering their punishment with lessons for humanity's growth. The Greek pantheon brought divine morality into sharp focus, intertwining justice with hubris. The gods were quick to punish mortals who overstepped their bounds, a recurring theme that emphasized the danger of defying divine authority. Prometheus, who defied Zeus by stealing fire for humanity, was condemned to eternal torment, his liver eaten daily by an eagle. Similarly, Arachne, whose hubris led her to challenge Athena in a weaving contest, was transformed into a spider. Yet, the Greek gods were not paragons of virtue themselves. Their justice was capricious, a reflection of human flaws magnified by divine power. Zeus could be just and benevolent, yet vindictive and self-serving. This duality created a complex moral landscape, where divine justice was as much about maintaining the god's authority as upholding a moral code. In Hinduism, the concept of karma emerged as a cornerstone of divine justice, a system both personal and universal. The gods, though mighty, were not the sole arbiters of right and wrong. Instead, actions themselves carried consequences, unfolding across lifetimes. Nyame, the god of death, presided over this cycle, judging the souls of the departed and determining their next existence. This idea of justice extended beyond punishment, focusing on the inherent balance of the universe. The moral code was not dictated by divine whim but woven into the very fabric of existence. In Norse mythology, morality and justice were intimately tied to the idea of Wyrd, fate. The gods themselves were bound by this inescapable force, their actions subject to the same rules as mortals. Odin, in his pursuit of wisdom, sacrificed himself to gain knowledge, a self-imposed justice that mirrored his deep sense of duty. Loki, the trickster, embodied chaos and deceit, and his actions led to his eventual punishment, bound beneath a serpent whose venom dripped upon him. Yet, even Loki's punishment carried the weight of inevitability, a reminder that justice, in the Norse view, was not about individual morality but the balance of cosmic forces. Across the seas, the gods of the Americas also upheld moral codes, often through dramatic displays of power. In Aztec mythology, the gods required sacrifices to sustain the sun and life itself. Failing to honor these obligations invited divine wrath, manifesting in famine or disaster. Yet, this was not blind cruelty, it was an acknowledgement of the reciprocal relationship between humans and the divine. Similarly, the Mayan Popol Vuh recounts tales of creation where the gods sought humans who would honor them appropriately, destroying early, flawed creations in their pursuit of moral balance. Even in West African traditions, morality and divine justice were deeply intertwined. The Yoruba god Shango, for instance, dispensed justice with thunder and lightning, punishing liars and wrongdoers while rewarding the righteous. His fiery judgment was both feared and respected, a testament to the gods' role as enforcers of moral order. Eshu, the trickster, added nuance to this moral framework, challenging rigid interpretations of justice and reminding humans of life's complexities. In all these traditions, divine justice served a purpose beyond punishment. It was a guide, a framework for living in harmony with the world and each other. The gods' actions, however severe, were not arbitrary but deeply connected to the preservation of order and the cultivation of virtue. Yet, their justice was not perfect. It often mirrored the biases, struggles, and limitations of the societies that worshipped them. These ancient notions of morality and justice still resonate. They remind us of the weight of our actions, the importance of balance, and the idea that justice, though sometimes harsh, is essential for harmony. Through their myths, the gods held up a mirror to humanity, urging us to reflect on our choices and their consequences. And in their tales of judgment and mercy, we find echoes of our ongoing quest to define what it means to live a moral life. From the dawn of humanity, there has been a common thread that binds cultures across time and space, a deep, unyielding need for the divine. Whether it was in the earliest caverns where primitive humans painted their gods on stone or in the grand temples of ancient civilizations, the human spirit has always reached for something beyond itself. These divine figures, whether they lived in the heavens, the earth, or the sea, were not just symbols, they were vital forces that shaped the very fabric of existence. The universality of the divine speaks to something much deeper, something intrinsic to the human condition. It is a need to understand, to find meaning, to connect to something greater, something eternal. The ancients, in their vast and varied empires, all sought answers to the same fundamental questions. Why are we here? What happens when we die? How do we make sense of suffering, love, war, and peace? Across the world, gods emerged as answers to these eternal questions. The gods of Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, and beyond each provided their own explanation for the world's mysteries. And though these gods took on many different forms, their roles, creators, protectors, judges, destroyers, were profoundly similar. In many ways, the gods were reflections of humanity itself, yet magnified. The ancient gods had the power to create and destroy, to give life and to take it away, just as humans could shape their lives and their world in small ways. And yet, they were also more than human, perfect, omnipotent, mysterious. They embodied everything humans aspired to: wisdom, beauty, strength, and immortality. Through them, people could make sense of the chaos of the world, seeing in their stories a mirror of their own desires, fears, and limitations. But the need for gods wasn't confined to ancient times. Despite the rise of scientific understanding, technological advancements, and modern ideologies, humans still turn to the divine. Ancient gods continue to resonate in today's world, their stories reverberating across generations. Why is this so? Why, even in an age of reason, do we still find ourselves drawn to the divine? Perhaps it is because the divine answers something that human intellect alone cannot: a sense of meaning, a connection to the unknown, a reassurance that there is more to existence than the mundane and material. In times of hardship, when the world feels uncertain or overwhelming, the stories of ancient gods offer solace. The gods, in their human-like flaws and grand cosmic roles, remind us that suffering is not meaningless, it is part of a greater cosmic rhythm. The gods were often born of strife, of creation from destruction, of death giving way to rebirth. These cycles of life, death, and renewal speak to the very essence of human existence. In the face of loss or grief, people find comfort in these stories, recognizing that their pain is shared by the divine forces that once ruled the world. The gods of the past offer a kind of companionship in suffering, a reminder that no matter how great the loss, there is always the possibility for regeneration. Moreover, the archetypes of the gods, their roles and stories, continue to resonate because they speak to universal human experiences. The nurturing mother, the protective father, the wise sage, the rebellious child, these figures are not bound by time or culture. They are the roles that people continue to play in their families, communities, and societies. The gods were not just distant figures, they were deeply involved in the lives of their people. Whether it was the Greek gods intervening in mortal affairs, or the Egyptian gods offering guidance through their rituals, the divine was seen as a constant presence in the lives of the people. Even today, many still feel the need for that connection, for the divine guidance that can provide clarity in a world that often seems chaotic. The ancient gods also carry a deep sense of morality, right and wrong, good and evil, that still shapes the human experience today. From the wrath of Zeus punishing those who dared defy him to the compassion of the Hindu gods guiding individuals through the trials of life, the divine offers a framework for understanding the complexities of human morality. Ancient cultures may have had their own versions of right and wrong, but these moral codes were always upheld by their gods. In modern times, this same search for moral guidance persists. People still seek out higher truths, whether through religion, philosophy, or personal belief systems, in the hopes of finding answers to the moral dilemmas that plague them. The gods, in their complexity, still serve as models for moral behavior, illustrating the consequences of choices, the balance of justice, and the importance of empathy. The appeal of ancient gods also speaks to humanity's intrinsic need for storytelling. The myths and legends of the gods were never just religious teachings, they were ways to communicate fundamental truths about the world. These stories, rich in symbolism and emotion, transcended the practicalities of daily life and provided a framework for understanding the mysteries of the universe. Today, people still turn to stories, whether through literature, film, or art, as a means of exploring the human condition. The ancient gods, with their grand narratives, provide timeless tales that continue to captivate and inspire. Their stories are more than just history, they are reflections of our own lives, full of conflict, triumph, love, and loss. Even the rise of monotheism, which sought to reduce the pantheon of gods to a single divine entity, did not erase the need for gods. Rather, it evolved this need into a different form. The one true God became the ultimate force of creation, the ruler of all things. But even within monotheistic religions, the echoes of ancient gods remain, reflected in the myriad ways that the divine is personified through angels, saints, prophets, and the human capacity to seek divine intervention. The monotheistic God shares many characteristics with the gods of ancient times. He is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. The need for a higher power remains, even as the form of that power changes. The universality of the divine is ultimately a testament to humanity's unyielding need for something beyond the physical world, something that transcends time, space, and reason. The gods of the past are not just relics of forgotten civilizations, they are living, breathing figures in the collective human psyche. Whether they are worshipped in temples, reflected in modern media, or revered in the quiet of our hearts, these gods continue to resonate with us because they represent our eternal search for meaning, for understanding, and for connection to the universe. Through them, we see ourselves not as isolated beings, but as part of something much larger, a timeless, divine story that stretches across millennia. In the heart of every modern religion, whether it's the prayers of a Christian in church, the rituals of a Hindu in a temple, or the sacred meditations of a Buddhist, there lies a resonance with the ancient past. The gods of the distant past are not mere relics of forgotten stories, their presence lingers in the spiritual practices, symbols, and rituals of contemporary faiths. Ancient deities, once worshipped in grand temples and offered sacrifices by the millions, have not been entirely erased from human consciousness. Instead, they have subtly woven their way into the very fabric of modern religions, their legacies embedded in the customs, beliefs, and rituals practiced today. In Christianity, for example, the influence of older polytheistic traditions is present, especially in the symbolism of saints, angels, and certain aspects of Christian worship. The reverence for saints in Catholicism bears striking similarities to the veneration of gods and demigods in ancient cultures. Much like the ancient gods, saints are seen as powerful intercessors, capable of intervening on behalf of the faithful. These saints, with their stories of sacrifice, miracles, and divine acts, echo the heroic deeds of gods in classical mythology. The Christian understanding of divine judgment, with its emphasis on rewards and punishments, mirrors the judgment stories found in ancient religions where gods would deliver consequences for human actions. The concept of the afterlife in Christianity also shares common themes with ancient beliefs. The Christian heaven and hell resemble the judgment and spiritual destinations of ancient cultures, such as the Mesopotamian notion of an afterlife where souls were judged by the gods, or the Egyptian belief in the weighing of the heart by Anubis. The Christian belief in a final judgment, where souls are judged by God, finds parallels in the idea that the gods once weighed the deeds of mortals to determine their fates, offering them either rewards or punishments in the afterlife. In Hinduism, the ancient gods remain central to spiritual practice. The gods of the Vedic pantheon, Indra, Agni, and Varuna, are still worshipped in various forms, their stories retold in ancient texts like the Rig Veda, the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana. Yet, the divine figures of the past are often reinterpreted in ways that make them more accessible to modern practitioners. For example, Lord Vishnu, once seen as the protector of cosmic order, has taken on a more personal role, as devotees view him as a loving and caring deity who incarnates on earth to restore balance. This more intimate connection with the divine is not unlike the way ancient gods were revered as personal guardians of individuals and families. The theme of divine avatars is another example of ancient influences. The concept of the avatar, where a god incarnates in human or animal form, has roots in earlier mythologies, such as the Mesopotamian or Egyptian traditions, where gods would sometimes take on earthly forms to intervene in human affairs. In Hinduism, this is perhaps most notably seen in the incarnations of Vishnu as Rama, Krishna, and other avatars, each of whom represents the divine descending to earth to restore order and justice. The presence of ancient gods can also be found in the rituals of many religions. In many parts of the world, rituals that were once used to honor the ancient gods continue in a modified form. In South America, for instance, some indigenous practices still honor gods of fertility, the harvest, and the natural world, gods like Pachamama, the Earth Mother, whose rituals date back to pre-Columbian times. While these gods may no longer be worshipped in the same way, the core of the rituals, offering thanks to the earth, to the spirits of the ancestors, and to the forces of nature, remains consistent with ancient practices. In Buddhism, particularly in its tantric forms, there is a deep connection to the divine through the worship of deities, many of whom mirror the powers and roles of ancient gods. Figures like Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, and Tara, the goddess of protection, carry with them the echoes of older deities who were seen as protectors and guides. Avalokiteshvara's thousand arms, a symbol of his ability to assist all beings, recalls the multifaceted powers of ancient gods like the Hindu Shiva or the Mesopotamian Marduk, who were revered for their all-encompassing abilities to protect, create, and destroy. In some branches of Islam, the idea of divine mercy and judgment bears similarities to the ancient gods' roles. The concept of Allah as both the all-powerful creator and the merciful, just ruler mirrors the roles of gods in ancient polytheism. Just as the gods of ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia were called upon to deliver justice or provide mercy, the followers of Islam call upon Allah for both justice and compassion, seeking to align their lives with the divine will. Even in modern spiritual movements, like New Age religions or neopaganism, the ancient gods have found a place once again. The worship of deities like the Greek goddess Hecate, the Celtic god Cernunnos, or the Egyptian Isis is seen in practices ranging from rituals to meditation. These gods are often invoked for guidance, healing, and empowerment, their ancient roles as protectors and bringers of wisdom revived in contemporary spiritual practices. The presence of ancient gods in modern religions and spiritual practices serves as a reminder that the divine is not static, but continuously evolving in response to human needs and experiences. Whether it is through the rituals of Hindu temples, the veneration of saints in Christianity, or the reverence of nature gods in indigenous religions, the ancient deities have found a way to survive, adapt, and influence modern spirituality. Their stories, symbols, and moral codes have transcended time, resonating with the deepest parts of the human spirit. Even though we no longer live in the world of polytheism, where gods walked among us and intervened in our daily affairs, their traces are still very much alive. They persist because they speak to something primal and universal, the need for connection to the divine, the search for meaning, and the desire for a guiding force in our lives. They remind us that, in the end, our relationship with the divine is timeless, constantly reshaped by the world around us, yet rooted in the same profound human need to understand the mysteries of life, death, and the universe. When the flicker of candlelight dances across the pages of an ancient text, when the sound of orchestral music rises in a darkened theater, or when a video game controller comes to life in a player's hands, the gods of the past are still very much alive. They have crossed the boundaries of their once sacred spaces and entered our world of fiction, fantasy, and imagination. In stories, movies, and games, ancient gods have transformed, adapted, and been reborn into the figures we worship and battle in our modern entertainment. Their influence in literature, cinema, and gaming is undeniable, and their stories continue to captivate and inspire, shaping the world of fantasy in ways that echo their original roles as creators, protectors, and destroyers. The Greek gods, perhaps the most famous of all ancient deities, are everywhere in modern fiction. Take, for example, the works of Rick Riordan. His Percy Jackson and the Olympian series reimagines the gods of Olympus as contemporary beings, each one still possessing their ancient powers but existing in a modern world. Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades no longer reside in the clouds or in their ancient temples but in their demigod children's lives. They are part of a larger mythology that has been adapted for a new generation of readers, bringing the ancient gods into the hearts of children and young adults who might otherwise have never encountered them. These gods, though written for a modern context, still maintain their timeless essence, their wisdom, their rage, their capriciousness, all familiar qualities that resonate deeply with human nature. In movies, too, ancient deities are constantly resurrected and reimagined. The blockbuster success of films like Clash of the Titans, both the original 1981 and the 2010 remake, showcases the enduring appeal of gods like Zeus, Perseus, and Medusa. These films, though full of dramatic CGI action and stunning visual effects, carry the weight of ancient myths that have been passed down for centuries. Here, gods like Zeus, the mighty ruler of Olympus, are still depicted as proud, flawed, and capable of great wrath, just as they were in the myths of old. But now, these figures have become larger-than-life heroes and villains in action-packed narratives that bring the gods' timeless struggles to life in thrilling ways. The ancient stories have been refashioned for a contemporary audience, but their essence, the powerful beings who shaped the fate of humanity, remains unchanged. In superhero comics, the influence of ancient gods is almost impossible to ignore. Characters like Thor, the Norse god of thunder, have gone from mythological figure to comic book legend, making their way into blockbuster films like Thor, 2011, and the Avengers series. Thor, as portrayed in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, retains his divine nature, wielding the mighty hammer Mjolnir and commanding the elements, but he also becomes a character with depth, with personal struggles and growth. The Asgardian gods, while derived from ancient Norse mythology, are portrayed as powerful beings capable of great good and great destruction, yet they still struggle with the same human emotions, love, loss, and betrayal. Thor's story is just one example of how ancient gods are not only resurrected in modern media, but are also reimagined with modern sensibilities, making them relatable and multidimensional characters. Games, too, are rich with the influence of ancient gods. Video game franchises like God of War have taken the stories of the Greek gods and twisted them into dark, thrilling narratives. In God of War, players step into the shoes of Kratos, a mortal who becomes entangled in the battles of the gods themselves. Throughout the games, ancient deities like Zeus, Athena, and Ares are not mere background characters, they are central to the plot, their divine power and personal conflicts affecting the game's universe in profound ways. Players not only experience the might of the gods, but are often pitted against them, forced to battle these ancient, seemingly invincible beings. In this way, video games create a space where the gods of old can be interacted with in a way that is dynamic and visceral, shifting the relationship between the divine and humanity from that of distant worshippers to direct, often violent, confrontation. Beyond video games, role-playing games, RPGs, like Dungeons & Dragons also reflect the influence of ancient gods. In these games, players encounter pantheons of gods who govern various aspects of the world, from the lawful good gods who protect order to the chaotic evil deities who thrive on destruction. The pantheon-like structure found in Dungeons and Dragons mirrors the polytheistic beliefs of ancient cultures, with deities representing everything from the elements to emotions to natural forces. Players may choose to align with certain gods, gaining powers and abilities derived from them, or they may face off against these gods in epic battles for control of the game's world. Here, the ancient gods are no longer the subjects of myth, but active, powerful forces that shape the game's world and the player's experiences within it. The influence of ancient gods in fiction and fantasy extends beyond the well-known figures of Greek and Norse mythology. In the world of modern literature and games, the gods of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other ancient cultures are often brought back into the fold. In books like American Gods by Neil Gaiman, deities from multiple pantheons, Norse, Egyptian, Slavic, and more, are depicted as struggling to survive in the modern world, their ancient powers dwindling as the worship of their followers fades. In the world of fantasy novels, gods from the ancient civilizations of the Americas, Africa, and Asia are also reimagined in new ways, often with complex personalities and compelling backstories that humanize them. In all of these forms of fiction, one thing is clear: ancient gods continue to captivate the human imagination. Whether in literature, movies, or video games, these gods embody the same core attributes that made them so powerful and revered in ancient cultures. They are larger than life, capable of creating and destroying worlds, and often act as mirrors for humanity's deepest desires, fears, and struggles. The appeal of ancient gods in fiction lies in their complexity, their power and their flaws, their wisdom and their wrath. These gods, once distant figures, have been brought into our world, where they continue to challenge, inspire, and entertain. The continued presence of ancient deities in fiction speaks to something primal in human nature: the need for stories that explore the mysteries of existence, the nature of power, and the questions that have plagued humanity for millennia. The gods, in all their forms, continue to serve as symbols of our greatest aspirations and our darkest fears. Through these characters, we are reminded that the divine is not just something distant and unreachable, it is something deeply human, something that lives within us all, and something that continues to shape the worlds we create. Whether we encounter them in the pages of a book, the frames of a movie, or the digital landscapes of a video game, the gods of old are still with us, guiding and challenging us as they always have. In the quiet moments of the night, as the moon rises high above the trees and the stars twinkle in their eternal dance, there are those who gather, not in churches or temples, but in the very shadows of the ancient world. They call upon the deities of old, gods who once walked the earth, or perhaps never truly left. These are the modern-day practitioners of neopaganism, individuals who have resurrected, reimagined, and revived the religious practices of ancient civilizations. But their journey is not one of blind revivalism, it is one of rediscovery, of seeking the wisdom of forgotten rituals and reconnecting with the natural forces that once governed their ancestors' lives. It is under the cloak of night, around sacred fires, or within the hallowed silence of groves that people are once again calling out the names of gods long relegated to the pages of history. They do not only revere the deities of the Greek, Norse, and Celtic pantheons, they invoke the gods of Egypt, Sumer, and even the deities of indigenous peoples whose practices were lost to time. But in this revival, they do not simply imitate the past, they breathe new life into it, melding the old with the new, creating something vibrant and alive. The rise of neopaganism is often seen as a rebellion against the rigid structures of monotheistic religions. As the world became increasingly secular, many found themselves yearning for something more, something that connected them to the earth, the seasons, the cosmos, and the vastness of the universe. Neopaganism provided a space for that, a space where nature is revered, where cycles of life, death, and rebirth are embraced, and where the divine is understood not as a singular entity but as many, often embodied in gods and goddesses representing various facets of existence. In this modern landscape, there is a distinct pull to reconstruct ancient belief systems, to reconstruct the rituals that once bound communities together, offering a sense of purpose and unity. But this is not mere nostalgia, it is a deeply personal and spiritual quest. For many, neopaganism offers a means of reconnecting with the divine in a way that feels more tangible, more intimate, and perhaps more honest than the abstraction found in many modern religious practices. It provides an avenue for individuals to reclaim their spiritual heritage, even if they are not directly descended from the cultures that once practiced these faiths. In a way, it is an attempt to heal the spiritual wounds caused by centuries of colonialism, forced conversions, and the erasure of indigenous traditions. Wiccans, who practice a modern form of witchcraft, often focus on the worship of a dualistic deity, the god and the goddess. These deities represent the balance between the masculine and feminine, life and death, creation and destruction. In their rituals, many Wiccans honor the cycles of nature, observing the phases of the moon, the turning of the seasons, and the changing of the earth's energies. This practice echoes the reverence that ancient cultures had for the forces of nature, from the Greeks' devotion to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, to the Celts' sacred festivals celebrating the solstices and equinoxes. For Wiccans, these ancient practices are not something to be blindly replicated, but something to be adapted to the realities of the present day, honoring the same forces but with new understanding. Then there are those who align themselves with the Norse traditions, invoking gods like Odin, Thor, and Freya, whose stories have been passed down through the sagas. The rise of Asatru and other forms of Norse paganism is a growing movement, especially in Scandinavia and parts of North America. For many, the veneration of these gods is deeply tied to their ancestors, those who lived in the cold, windswept lands of the north, whose values of honor, bravery, and loyalty are embedded in their stories. Asatru practitioners often engage in rituals that are rooted in the traditions of the Vikings, though they are sometimes adapted for modern sensibilities. Blots, or offerings to the gods, are performed to seek blessings or to mark important occasions, and the practice of remembering ancestors through symbols, ceremonial toasts, remains a vital part of their worship. These practices, steeped in the sagas and the history of the Norse, allow modern practitioners to feel a connection to the distant past, to an ancient way of living that emphasized community, honor, and the relationship between the living and the dead. Celtic paganism, too, has seen a resurgence, with many modern practitioners turning to the ancient myths and practices of the Celts. The gods of the Celtic pantheon, like the Great Mother, Brigid, and the horned god Cernunnos, are still honored in festivals like Imbolc, Beltane, Lugnasad, and Samhain, festivals that mark the turning of the wheel of the year. For many Celtic pagans, the deities are seen not only as gods to be worshipped but also as guides, teachers, and protectors. They are invoked in times of need, in times of joy, and in times of uncertainty, offering wisdom and strength. Even the religions of ancient Egypt have been brought back to life by modern practitioners. Neo-Egyptian religion, often called Kemeticism, seeks to restore the worship of the gods of ancient Egypt, such as Ra, Osiris, Isis, and Anubis. This practice is grounded in the veneration of the natural world, with a strong focus on the afterlife, the principles of Ma'at, order and justice, and the cyclical nature of existence. Modern Kemetics engage in rituals that honor these deities, often incorporating the recitation of ancient Egyptian prayers and the use of sacred symbols. This revival is not just about remembering the ancient practices, but about living them in the present, finding meaning and guidance from the wisdom of the past. The process of reconstructing these ancient religions, however, is not always straightforward. Many of these belief systems were wiped out by the spread of monotheism, colonialism, and cultural assimilation. As a result, much of the original knowledge about ancient rituals, gods, and practices has been lost to time. But what remains is often enough: fragments of ancient texts, archaeological findings, and the oral traditions passed down through generations. From these remnants, modern practitioners work tirelessly to rebuild, to reassemble the broken pieces of a once vibrant spiritual system. It is a delicate balance of scholarship, spirituality, and imagination, where the lines between fact and faith often blur. But for all the challenges in reconstructing these ancient practices, there is also a deep sense of fulfillment. To those who walk this path, the revival of ancient religions is not about living in the past, but about reclaiming something that was lost, something that connects them to their deepest selves, to the earth, and to the universe. It is about breathing life into the old stories, reinterpreting them for the modern world, and finding in them the timeless truths that still resonate today. And perhaps, most importantly, it is about building a spiritual home, one that honors the wisdom of the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. The revival of these ancient practices offers something to modern society that is often missing: a sense of connection to the natural world, a deeper understanding of cycles and rhythms, and a way to navigate life's complexities. As these ancient gods are called upon once more, it is not only a revival of their stories, but also a renewal of the human spirit, a spirit that, even in the modern world, continues to seek meaning in the sacred and the eternal. Long ago, in the flickering shadows of ancient civilizations, gods and mortals intertwined in stories that not only shaped the fate of cities and kingdoms, but also planted the seeds of ethical thought. In those times, myths were more than just entertaining tales; they were moral compasses, guiding the behavior of individuals and communities alike. These divine stories, passed down through generations, hold within them a treasure trove of ethical lessons that resonate as deeply today as they did when they were first told. Take, for instance, the tale of the Greek god Prometheus. Known as the bringer of fire, Prometheus defied Zeus to grant humanity the gift of fire, a symbol of knowledge, creativity, and empowerment. For his disobedience, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, where an eagle would eat his liver every day. Yet, despite his punishment, Prometheus' story teaches us the value of defiance for a greater good, the moral imperative of aiding others, and the painful price of standing against unjust authority. His sacrifice becomes a symbol of the selflessness required to advance humanity, echoing the ethical lesson that sometimes, to help others, we must be willing to face suffering ourselves. In Mesopotamian mythology, the story of Gilgamesh stands as one of the earliest explorations of human morality. Gilgamesh, a king of great power, is initially portrayed as a tyrant who abuses his authority, causing unrest in his kingdom. However, after the death of his close companion Enkidu, Gilgamesh embarks on a journey of self-discovery, grappling with the inevitability of death and the limits of human power. The Epic of Gilgamesh offers profound insights into the human condition. It urges us to embrace our mortality, to seek wisdom and self-improvement, and to recognize that true greatness comes not from power, but from compassion and humility. Gilgamesh's transformation from a ruthless ruler to a wiser and more empathetic leader serves as a powerful lesson in personal growth and moral responsibility. Across the ocean in ancient Egypt, the story of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, carries a powerful ethical lesson in justice, rebirth, and the triumph of good over evil. Osiris was betrayed by his brother Set, who killed him and scattered his body. But through the devotion of Osiris' wife, Isis, and the efforts of their son, Horus, Osiris was resurrected, and justice was ultimately served. The myth of Osiris teaches us the enduring power of justice, the necessity of loyalty and love in the face of betrayal, and the importance of persevering through adversity. It is a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is the possibility of resurrection and redemption, and that the forces of good will ultimately prevail. From the ancient Hindu texts, the story of Rama and Sita in the Ramayana offers lessons in duty, honor, and moral righteousness. Rama, the hero, is exiled from his kingdom and forced to live in the forest. His wife, Sita, is kidnapped by the demon king Ravana, and Rama embarks on a perilous journey to rescue her. Through Rama's journey, we are taught about the importance of dharma, righteous duty, and the sacrifices required to uphold it. The Ramayana highlights the moral complexity of life, where loyalty, honor, and righteousness often require difficult choices, and where the pursuit of justice demands both wisdom and courage. Rama's commitment to doing what is right, even at great personal cost, serves as a timeless lesson in the importance of upholding one's moral duty, regardless of the obstacles that arise. In the world of the Norse gods, the myth of Baldur's death teaches us about the fragility of life and the inevitability of fate. Baldur, the beloved god of light, beauty, and goodness, was prophesied to die, and despite the efforts of his mother, Frigg, to protect him, he was killed by the trickster god Loki. This event set in motion the chain of events leading to Ragnarok, the end of the world. Baldur's death is a poignant reminder that even the most virtuous among us are not immune to the harsh realities of life, and that fate is an unavoidable force that shapes our existence. The story encourages us to embrace our vulnerability and to find meaning in life's fleeting nature rather than in the illusion of permanence. In the stories of the ancient Celts, the figure of Cernunnos, the horned god of the wilds, represents the untamed forces of nature. Cernunnos was not a god of war or violence, but one of fertility, growth, and the balance of life and death. He teaches us the importance of living in harmony with nature, of understanding that all living things are interconnected, and that our actions have consequences not just for ourselves, but for the entire world around us. In a world increasingly disconnected from the natural world, Cernunnos' story calls us to remember the ethical principle that we are stewards of the earth, and that our responsibility extends beyond the boundaries of human society to the very environment that sustains us. Each of these myths, whether from Greece, Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, Scandinavia, or the Celtic world, presents a unique ethical framework, but they all converge on a common theme: the necessity of self-awareness, humility, and moral responsibility. In many of these stories, gods and mortals alike face challenges that force them to confront their weaknesses and flaws, teaching us that true virtue often emerges through hardship and struggle. The gods may be powerful, but their actions, both good and bad, mirror the moral dilemmas that humans face. Through their stories, we come to understand that life is not about the pursuit of power for its own sake, but about the choices we make, choices that define our character and shape the world we leave behind. The lessons found in these ancient myths are not confined to the distant past. They continue to echo through the ages, offering guidance and insight to those who seek them. In a world often fractured by division and uncertainty, these myths remind us of the universal principles that bind us together: love, loyalty, justice, honor, and the recognition of our shared humanity. They teach us that we are all part of a larger story, one that is shaped not only by the gods, but also by the choices we make in the everyday moments of our lives. The ancient myths offer more than just entertainment. They offer a moral framework, one that continues to challenge us to live with integrity, to act with compassion, and to seek wisdom in the face of adversity. There is something undeniably powerful about myths. They are stories that transcend time, echoing across the ages, rooted in the very core of what it means to be human. Even as centuries pass, as societies evolve and cultures change, the myths of ancient civilizations continue to captivate, inspire, and even challenge us. There's a reason why these stories of gods, heroes, and monsters endure. They speak to something deep within the human soul, something primal, something timeless. Imagine a child, wide-eyed, listening to the tale of the Greek hero Heracles and his 12 labors, or a teenager, absorbed in the vast, mysterious world of Norse gods and their epic battles in the land of the giants. These myths don't merely entertain, they unlock emotions and insights that are as relevant today as they were when they were first told. But what makes them so enduring? Why, despite the rise of technology, science, and modern belief systems, do these ancient stories still capture the imagination of the human spirit? At the heart of it all, myths give shape to the mysteries of life. They help us understand things that seem beyond comprehension: the creation of the world, the forces of nature, the complexities of the human psyche, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. Myths were humanity's first attempt to answer questions that have always haunted us. Why are we here? Where did we come from? What is the meaning of life? In their simple yet profound narratives, these myths offered answers that were both comforting and humbling. They provided explanations for the unexplained and a way to process the unknowable. Take the ancient Egyptian myth of Osiris, for instance. Osiris, a god of life, death, and rebirth, is betrayed by his brother Set, only to be resurrected through the love of his wife, Isis. The story, while simple, touches on universal themes: the pain of betrayal, the sorrow of loss, and the hope of resurrection. It is a story of suffering and renewal, a reflection of the cycles of life that everyone experiences in one form or another. The myth resonates with us because it speaks to the emotional landscape of the human experience, one filled with hardship, but also with the possibility of redemption and transformation. Similarly, the Greek myth of Persephone, who was abducted by Hades and taken to the underworld, is a powerful allegory of growth and change. Persephone's descent into the darkness of the underworld and her eventual return to the earth marks the changing of the seasons, a natural cycle that, even today, symbolizes the inevitable rhythms of life. The myth captures the duality of existence, the joy of spring and renewal, and the necessary winter of rest and dormancy. It is a story of balance, of embracing both light and darkness. The enduring appeal of this myth lies in its reflection of life's cyclical nature, a theme that resonates across cultures and eras. But mythology's endurance isn't solely about answering life's questions. It's about storytelling, about the way myths transport us to other worlds, allowing us to live vicariously through the actions of gods and heroes. Myths allow us to step outside the confines of our everyday lives, to envision ourselves as larger-than-life figures, tackling impossible challenges, overcoming insurmountable odds, and discovering untapped potential. The heroic journeys of figures like Gilgamesh, Achilles, or Thor offer us an escape, yes, but more importantly, they offer us a model for how to navigate our own struggles. They reveal that, no matter how daunting life's trials may seem, there is strength within us all to rise to the occasion. At the same time, myths reflect the deepest fears and desires of their cultures. These stories aren't merely a series of fantastical events, they are reflections of the human condition, capturing the complex interplay between our hopes, our flaws, and our aspirations. When the ancient Greeks crafted stories of their gods, they didn't simply create powerful beings. They created gods who embodied human traits, both virtuous and flawed. Zeus, the king of the gods, may have been a symbol of power, but he was also capricious and unfaithful. Athena, goddess of wisdom, possessed an unmatched intellect, but her sense of justice could be merciless. These gods were not perfect, they were human, with all the complexity and contradictions that define human nature. And that's what makes them so relatable. They mirror our own imperfections, allowing us to see ourselves in the stories, even in the divine. Another reason myths endure is because they are malleable. They can be interpreted in different ways depending on the time, place, and people telling them. For instance, the myth of the Trojan War has been retold countless times, each version reflecting the values and concerns of the era in which it was told. In ancient Greece, the war was a story of honor, heroism, and the tragic consequences of pride. Today, the story still resonates, but it is often retold as a cautionary tale about the futility of war, the cost of violence, and the human cost of conflict. The myth evolves to meet the needs of the present, speaking to contemporary struggles while still honoring the ancient roots from which it grew. Furthermore, myths offer us a connection to the past, a bridge between us and the generations who came before us. When we read or hear these stories, we are reminded that we are part of something much larger than ourselves. These myths were told by our ancestors to explain the world, to connect with their surroundings, and to create a sense of shared identity. To engage with them today is to reach out and touch the past, to hear the voices of those who walked the earth long before us. And in doing so, we find that these stories are not just ancient echoes, they are alive, relevant, and waiting for us to engage with them once more. In today's world, where information is abundant but meaning can often feel elusive, mythology provides something deeply grounding. It provides stories that offer wisdom, insight, and clarity in ways that modern science and technology cannot. Myths remind us that we are part of something greater, that our struggles and joys are not unique to our generation, but shared across time. They teach us how to navigate the complexities of the world, how to understand the shadows within and the light around us. Myths endure because they offer us not just answers, but the space to ask the big questions, the ones that have always haunted humanity, and always will. And so, these ancient tales live on, as relevant today as they were millennia ago. The names of the gods may change, the settings may shift, but the core themes, the eternal struggles, the eternal truths, remain the same. We continue to listen to these stories because they are, in their essence, stories about us. They speak to our deepest fears and highest aspirations, reminding us that we are part of an ancient and ongoing narrative, one that connects us all, across time and space. And in that connection, we find not just the past, but the future waiting to unfold. In the dim light of ancient fires, around sacred altars, and in the hushed whispers of the wind, the first humans began to tell stories that would shape the very essence of our existence. These were not just tales of gods and monsters, they were reflections of human nature itself, mirroring our desires, our fears, and our questions about the world. As we read and retell these stories today, we find that the lessons embedded in these ancient myths are not just historical curiosities but deeply relevant to our lives, offering wisdom about how to live, how to understand the world around us, and, most importantly, how to understand ourselves. The stories of gods and heroes, of creation and destruction, of love, betrayal, and sacrifice were not only meant to explain the mysteries of the world, they were also ethical guides, designed to help societies navigate the complexities of life. From the epic journeys of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the tragic love of Orpheus and Eurydice in Greece, the myths offered powerful insights into what it means to be human. They urged us to recognize the limitations of our power, the consequences of our actions, and the delicate balance between fate and free will. Consider the Greek myth of Narcissus. Narcissus, a youth so enamored with his own reflection, becomes entranced by his beauty and ultimately withers away, unable to break free from his obsession. In this tragic tale, the gods warn against excessive self-love and vanity, reminding us that the danger lies not in appreciating who we are but in becoming consumed by it, losing sight of everything else. This myth is timeless because it speaks to a truth that resonates in the age of social media, where the obsession with self-image can easily eclipse genuine human connection. The lesson of Narcissus serves as a reminder. True self-worth comes not from external validation, but from within, from how we treat others and from our ability to grow beyond ourselves. Then, there's the story of the Great Flood, which appears in the myths of many ancient cultures, from the biblical Noah's Ark to the Sumerian tale of Utnapishtim. These flood myths teach us about the fragility of life, the reckoning of human nature, and the potential for rebirth. In many versions, the flood is sent by the gods as a punishment for humanity's moral decay. Yet, amid the destruction, there is always hope. The floodwaters eventually recede, and life begins anew. The lesson here is clear: humanity has the capacity for destruction, but also for renewal. It speaks to the cyclical nature of existence, how even in our darkest moments, there is the possibility of redemption and the opportunity to start afresh. It encourages us to learn from our mistakes, to understand the consequences of our actions, and to work toward a better future. The tale of Icarus, who flies too close to the sun with wings made of wax and feathers, only to fall to his death when the sun melts his wings, is another myth that speaks to human nature. It warns against hubris, the overreaching of human ambition, when we strive for greatness without considering our limitations. In Icarus' fall, we see a poignant reminder of the dangers of pride and unchecked ambition. It is a lesson about knowing our limits, about humility, and about the importance of understanding the forces that lie beyond our control. Icarus' story also carries a deeper meaning about the balance between dreams and reality. While ambition can propel us toward greatness, we must remember to stay grounded, not letting our desires lead us to ruin. In the world of ancient Egypt, the myth of Osiris tells a story of life, death, and resurrection. Osiris, once a god of life and fertility, is killed by his brother Set, who is jealous of his power. However, Osiris is resurrected through the devotion of his wife, Isis, and his son, Horus. The myth teaches us that life and death are inextricably linked, that every end contains the potential for a new beginning. It is a story that offers hope in the face of loss, showing that love, sacrifice, and devotion can bring forth new life, even after the darkest of times. The myth reminds us that no matter how dire the circumstances, there is always a way forward, a path to healing and restoration. These myths show us the duality of human existence. They remind us that life is not merely about success and happiness, but also about struggle, failure, and the lessons we learn from both. They offer us the chance to reflect on our own lives, to ask ourselves hard questions. Are we like Narcissus, too absorbed in ourselves to see the needs of others? Are we like Icarus, letting ambition cloud our judgment and lead us to our downfall? Are we like Osiris, grappling with loss, only to rise again with renewed strength? Mythology, at its heart, is a mirror. It doesn't just tell us about gods and monsters, it shows us who we are. It brings to light the aspects of our nature that we often hide from others, and sometimes from ourselves. The gods, in their majesty and their flaws, are reflections of our own experiences. They embody our hopes and fears, our virtues and vices, our potential and our limitations. Through their stories, we come to understand that we are not alone in our struggles, that the challenges we face are part of a larger, shared human experience. And in that understanding, we find solace and strength. The lessons we take from these myths are not simply academic. They are profoundly practical, woven into the very fabric of how we live our lives. From the gods, we learn that our actions have consequences, good or bad. They ripple outward, affecting not only ourselves, but those around us. We are reminded that life is fragile and precious, and we must cherish it, not squander it. These myths urge us to be mindful of the world we inhabit, to respect the forces beyond our control, and to recognize the interconnectedness of all life. The ancient myths, in all their forms, speak directly to the deepest recesses of the human soul. They remind us that we are all part of a larger, eternal story, one that transcends time and space. Through the lessons of gods and heroes, we come to understand that our humanity is not defined by our successes or failures, but by the choices we make. It is through these choices that we shape our future, that we carve out our place in the world, and that we contribute to the ongoing, unfolding narrative of life. In a world where the pace of life is ever quickening, where technology often leads us away from self-reflection, and where the challenges we face seem more daunting than ever, the ancient myths stand as a quiet but powerful reminder. The answers to our most profound questions are not always found in the fast-paced world around us, but in the timeless stories of the past. These stories were created to guide us, to help us find meaning, to offer us wisdom, and to remind us of the values that truly matter. In the end, the myths offer a simple but vital truth. To understand ourselves and the world, we must look to the past, not with nostalgia, but with the understanding that the lessons of the ancients are still as relevant now as they ever were. They are not just stories, they are guides, each carrying within them the wisdom needed to navigate the complexities of life and to live with purpose, dignity, and compassion. And it is in living by these lessons that we can create a better future for ourselves and for the generations to come. The very first gods were born from the shadows of an ancient, unspoken world, a place where the earth was still young and the stars hung like distant promises in the night sky. We may never know how the first gods came into being, but in the very act of wondering, we glimpse the endless mysteries that have eluded humanity for millennia. How did they emerge? Were they the product of human imagination, the reflections of inner longings, or did they possess a reality far beyond our comprehension? And perhaps more unsettling, why do they continue to resonate with us today? When we trace the origins of the early gods, we inevitably encounter a haunting silence. The ancient texts and stories that speak of these divine beings have been fragmented over centuries. What we know is scattered, bits of inscriptions, traces of ancient artifacts, and the faded whispers of oral traditions. There is a puzzle at the heart of these myths, a puzzle that has no complete answer. Each god seems to emerge from an enigmatic past, as though born not from history but from the very fabric of existence itself, from the consciousness of early humans reaching out to explain the unexplainable. Take, for example, the enigmatic god of creation, Ptah, from ancient Egypt. Ptah is often portrayed as the architect of the universe, bringing all things into being through the power of thought and speech. But how did the Egyptians arrive at this concept? Was Ptah the first idea of divinity to form in the minds of a fledgling civilization, or was he part of a greater, cosmic plan that spanned across the ancient world? The texts that speak of Ptah are fragmented, offering glimpses of a divine being who, like the universe itself, is both immense and incomprehensible. And what of the Sumerian gods? There is an entire pantheon of powerful deities, Anu, Enlil, Inanna, whose origins are buried deep in the sands of time. Yet even as their stories echo through the ages, they remain shrouded in mystery. Did these gods emerge from the minds of a people grappling with the unknown, or were they reflections of a cosmic order that existed long before human civilization took shape? The Sumerians believed that their gods were responsible for the creation of the world, but they also saw the gods as immortal beings who had always existed, timeless and eternal. It's as if these gods were not born in the traditional sense, they simply were, existing long before the first human footsteps graced the earth. Perhaps the most perplexing of all the unanswered questions lies in the nature of these gods themselves. Were they human-like projections of emotions, ideals, and values? Or were they divine entities whose power and influence stretched beyond the understanding of mere mortals? In early myths, gods were not omnipotent or omniscient, they were often flawed, conflicted, and even petty at times. The Greek gods, for example, were deeply human in their desires and vices. Zeus, the king of the gods, was known for his reckless love affairs, while Hera's jealousy knew no bounds. Yet these flaws made them more relatable. They were gods we could understand, even as we feared them. But was this humanization of the gods a mere reflection of our own nature, or was there something deeper at play? In the distant past, as early humans began to make sense of the world around them, did they create gods in their own image, or did the gods shape the humans who worshipped them? The cyclical dance between the divine and the mortal is a theme that appears time and time again in early mythologies, but it leaves us with a haunting question: who truly shaped whom? Were the gods the mirror of humanity, or were they the forces that formed human nature itself? The origins of these early gods are also tangled in the concept of creation itself. How did the gods come to be in the first place? Ancient myths offer us a wide range of explanations, many of them contradictory, yet equally compelling. In the Egyptian tradition, the creation of the world begins with a god emerging from the primordial waters of none, an eternal, formless chaos that existed before creation itself. From this void, Ptah gives birth to the world through his thought. Meanwhile, in the Sumerian tradition, the world is created by the gods from the body of the slain Tiamat, a goddess of chaos. These stories evoke the same question: what was the catalyst that sparked the creation of the gods themselves? Did they simply emerge from the void, or was there a specific event, a moment of cosmic significance, that brought them into being? Then there is the question of how these gods evolved over time. The gods of ancient Egypt, for example, underwent profound transformations. Initially, they were localized, associated with specific cities or regions, but over time they became part of a larger, interconnected pantheon. Ra, originally a sun god, was later elevated to the status of the supreme god, and many of the other gods were absorbed into his sphere of influence. The question remains, was this evolution the result of political consolidation, as different regions and cultures merged and their gods were fused together? Or was it something more profound, an organic shift in the collective consciousness of a people, as they sought to reconcile different aspects of the divine into one unified vision? The same question can be asked of the gods in Mesopotamia. The Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians all had their own pantheons, yet many of their gods shared common traits and stories. Was this because the gods themselves were universal, existing across different cultures and times? Or did these gods evolve as human societies grew and adapted to new circumstances? Did the ancient peoples of the Near East share a common ancestral memory of the divine, or were the gods merely manifestations of the human experience, shifting and changing as civilizations rose and fell? As we look to the heavens, we are confronted by an unsettling reality: we may never know the true origins of the early gods. They are not beings whose histories are easily written or understood. The mysteries surrounding their creation and evolution are as vast and unknowable as the universe itself. Perhaps this is part of their allure, the fact that they remain just out of reach, tantalizing us with their power and their mystery. We are drawn to these gods not because we have all the answers, but because they embody the questions we have always asked about existence, about creation, about life, and about the nature of the divine. In the end, these unanswered questions are perhaps the most enduring part of ancient mythology. They are the gaps in the story, the mysteries that invite us to keep searching, to keep asking, to keep wondering. As we try to uncover the origins of these gods, we are, in fact, uncovering something far more profound: the mysteries of our own existence. The gods are not just figures from the past, They are mirrors that reflect our endless quest for meaning, for understanding, for connection to something greater than ourselves. And though the answers may always remain just beyond our grasp, it is this pursuit, this yearning for truth, that lies at the heart of all myth. As the world continues to change at an accelerating pace, there remains an unyielding thread that ties us to the past, our fascination with the myths that have shaped human civilization. The future of mythological studies is not a distant abstraction, it is a living, evolving field, propelled forward by groundbreaking advances in archaeology, anthropology, and the study of mythology itself. The ancient stories, once confined to dusty books and fragmented artifacts, are now coming back to life in ways that would have been unimaginable just a few decades ago. In the world of archaeology, we are witnessing an extraordinary wave of discoveries that are transforming our understanding of ancient cultures and their mythologies. Technologies that were once reserved for science fiction, such as ground-penetrating radar, 3D mapping, and even artificial intelligence, are now being used to uncover ancient cities, temples, and artifacts buried beneath the earth. These discoveries have the potential to reveal not only forgotten gods and lost mythologies, but also the very foundations of human belief systems. Consider, for instance, the recent discoveries in the ancient city of Uruk, once one of the largest cities of Mesopotamia, where the gods and heroes of Sumerian mythology were born. Excavations in the area have unearthed clay tablets, walls adorned with inscriptions, and the remains of temples dedicated to the gods like Inanna and Anu. These findings give us more than just glimpses of the past, they provide context for the stories that have echoed through millennia. With each discovery, the ancient gods seem less like distant, mythical figures and more like real beings who lived in the hearts and minds of those who worshipped them. But it is not only physical artifacts that are reshaping our understanding of mythology. Advances in digital archaeology have made it possible to reconstruct ancient sites and objects in virtual spaces, allowing scholars and the public alike to interact with the ancient world in ways that were never before possible. Imagine being able to walk through a reconstructed ancient Egyptian temple dedicated to Ra or witness a Sumerian ritual dedicated to Enlil, all from the comfort of your home. These digital reconstructions bring us closer to the ancient world, enabling us to experience the myths as they were once lived, even as we uncover the stories hidden in the ruins. Anthropology, too, plays a critical role in the future of mythological studies. The study of cultural practices, rituals, and traditions across the globe continues to shine a light on the universal themes that run through ancient myths. By looking at modern-day tribes, communities, and indigenous cultures that still practice age-old rituals, anthropologists are uncovering the ways in which ancient beliefs have been passed down through generations, sometimes altered, sometimes preserved. These studies allow us to trace the survival of ancient myths and their adaptation in contemporary societies, helping us understand how belief systems evolve while retaining their core elements. Moreover, the field of comparative mythology has blossomed thanks to the increased focus on cross-cultural analysis. The internet and global communication have connected scholars from all corners of the earth, allowing them to collaborate and share insights that would have been impossible in earlier times. The comparative approach brings to light striking similarities between myths from completely different cultures, offering tantalizing possibilities about the origins and spread of certain motifs, archetypes, and themes. One of the most compelling areas of research in the future of mythology lies in the study of how ancient myths shaped contemporary culture. From literature and film to social movements and global ideologies, the influence of ancient mythology is everywhere, though it often remains hidden beneath the surface. Whether it's the superhero mythos that dominates modern pop culture or the metaphysical themes explored in contemporary science fiction, the stories of gods, creation, and cosmic battles are alive and well. Scholars are beginning to explore these connections more deeply, studying how these ancient motifs are being reinterpreted and transformed to resonate with modern audiences. In a world that seems increasingly disconnected from ancient traditions, mythological themes continue to provide a universal language that speaks to the human experience. One fascinating frontier in the study of mythology is the integration of psychology. The work of Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell has already shown us how myths can be understood as expressions of the unconscious mind, reflecting universal psychological archetypes. But today, advances in cognitive psychology, neurobiology, and even artificial intelligence are offering new ways to examine the relationship between the brain and the stories we tell. How do myths arise from the human mind? How do they evolve as our brains process and interpret the world? What is the psychological significance of particular mythological symbols and motifs? As our understanding of the brain continues to expand, the future of mythological studies promises to uncover even more profound insights into the deep structures of the human psyche. The revival of interest in ancient religions and spiritual practices is another exciting development in the future of mythology. In the modern world, there has been a growing movement to reclaim and reawaken ancient belief systems, a trend that is not only confined to historical reenactments but also to new religious movements. Neopaganism, for instance, has seen a resurgence in recent decades, with practitioners reviving the old gods of the Norse, Greek, and Celtic pantheons. This reimagining of ancient religions presents a unique opportunity for scholars to study the intersection between mythology, identity, and spirituality. It also raises questions about the relevance of ancient gods in a modern, globalized world, and whether the myths of the past have something to offer in terms of guiding human behavior, ethics, and understanding in the present. The future of mythological studies will also likely involve greater integration of technological advancements. Virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and data mining will allow researchers to analyze vast collections of ancient texts, artifacts, and traditions from around the world. The ability to sift through these materials at unprecedented speed could lead to the discovery of new connections between myths, gods, and ancient civilizations. For example, AI-powered algorithms could help scholars spot patterns in ancient texts that would otherwise go unnoticed, or reconstruct lost languages and mythological systems that have long been forgotten. As we look to the future of mythological studies, we find ourselves on the cusp of a new era, one where technology, archaeology, anthropology, and psychology converge to unlock even more profound insights into the gods, heroes, and tales that have shaped our world. The mysteries that have surrounded these ancient figures for centuries are now more accessible than ever, and the stories they hold are being reinterpreted, revitalized, and brought into conversation with modern life in ways that could never have been imagined in the past. The path forward in mythological studies promises not only to deepen our understanding of ancient civilizations, but also to reveal the timeless truths and universal themes that bind us all. As the gods of the past rise once again from the mists of time, we find ourselves once more face to face with the questions that have always defined the human condition, questions about our origins, our purpose, and our place in the cosmos. And in seeking the answers to these questions, we may just find that the myths of the past are not just relics of a bygone age, but living, breathing stories that continue to guide and inspire us today. The stories of gods, monsters, heroes, and cosmic struggles have traveled through the currents of time, echoing across millennia, woven into the very fabric of our collective consciousness. These ancient myths are not just tales to be read or heard, they are vibrant, pulsing with life, carrying with them the wisdom, fears, and hopes of our ancestors. As we stand at the edge of history, looking back on the ancient pantheons and their legends, we realize just how rich and diverse the world of mythology truly is. From the windswept plains of Mesopotamia to the sun-drenched pyramids of Egypt, from the icy realms of the Norse gods to the lush jungles of Africa, each culture brought forth its own gods and stories, unique in their flavor, yet strikingly similar in their essence. In the West, we are most familiar with the myths of Greece and Rome, the stories of Zeus and Jupiter, Athena and Venus, heroes who performed incredible feats and gods who wielded power over the elements. But the pantheon of deities from cultures around the world is far more vast and varied than we could ever fully know. Consider the African mythologies, which are often overlooked in mainstream discussions. The Yoruba people, for example, have a pantheon filled with powerful gods and spirits, each representing different aspects of life and nature. Olodumare, the supreme god, created the universe, while other gods such as Shango, Oshun, and Eshu embody specific forces of nature and human experience. These deities are not distant beings, they are intricately woven into daily life, guiding and protecting those who revere them. The stories of their deeds, struggles, and triumphs resonate deeply with the human experience, teaching lessons about balance, respect, and the connection between the spiritual and earthly realms. Then there is the Hindu pantheon, with its myriad gods and goddesses, each one embodying a different aspect of existence, from the creator Brahma to the destroyer Shiva and the preserver Vishnu. Hindu mythology is rich in its diversity, with a cosmic dance of deities that represent the eternal cycles of creation, preservation, and destruction. The epics of the Mahabharata and Ramayana are not simply stories, they are teachings on righteousness, duty, and the pursuit of truth, shaping the spiritual path of millions for thousands of years. Across the Pacific, in Japan, the Shinto gods, kami, hold sway over every aspect of life, from the natural world to human endeavors. The story of Izanagi and Izanami, the divine couple who gave birth to the islands of Japan, reveals the intertwining of life and death, creation and destruction, in a cyclical dance that is reflected in the changing seasons and the rhythm of nature itself. Shinto, like many other ancient belief systems, is rooted in the reverence of nature, where every rock, tree, and river is thought to contain a divine essence. Even in the Americas, where ancient civilizations like the Aztecs and Mayans flourished, gods such as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, reflect the complexity of life and death. These gods were both protectors and destroyers, beings whose power extended across both the spiritual and physical worlds. Their stories, interwoven with the rise and fall of entire civilizations, continue to inform the cultural identities of their descendants. What is it about these myths, these gods, that speaks so deeply to humanity? Why do they persist, even in a world so different from the one in which they were born? Perhaps the answer lies in the timeless themes these myths address: the search for meaning, the quest for power, the understanding of life's fragile nature, and the hope for guidance in times of trouble. Ancient mythologies provide an answer to the questions that have plagued humanity for centuries. Who are we? Why are we here? What is our place in the grand order of the universe? These stories are not static relics of the past, they are living entities, resonating with the same hopes, fears, and struggles that we face today. At their core, these myths reveal the fundamental truths of the human condition. Whether they come from the deserts of Egypt, the mountains of Greece, or the jungles of Africa, the gods and heroes of ancient mythology embody the universal desire to understand the forces that shape our lives. They remind us that the divine is not separate from us, it is within us, guiding us, shaping us, urging us toward greatness, or warning us of our hubris. As we celebrate the diversity and richness of ancient mythologies, we must also recognize the common threads that bind them together. Every culture, in its own unique way, sought to understand the cosmos, the natural world, and human existence through the lens of the divine. These myths may differ in the names of their gods or the details of their stories, but at their core, they speak to the same questions that have haunted humanity from the very beginning. In a world that is often fractured, where cultures and beliefs can feel increasingly divided, the myths of the past remind us of the deep connections that exist between us all. We are all part of the same human story, each of us a chapter in the ongoing saga of creation and destruction, of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy. The gods of ancient myth may no longer walk among us, but their stories continue to inspire, challenge, and comfort us. They are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to our unyielding need to search for meaning in the face of the unknown. As we look to the future, the study of mythology will continue to evolve, embracing new discoveries and fresh perspectives. Yet, no matter how much we uncover, no matter how many ancient texts we decode, there will always be something sacred in the mystery of these stories. They will continue to inspire generations to come, reminding us that, in the grand tapestry of existence, we are never truly alone. The gods, in all their diverse and beautiful forms, will always be with us, guiding our paths and lighting the way.